Chapter 194. At the top of the hill, people all looked at Yi Futian when they heard what he had said. Yi Futian wanted Gu Biyue to be his maid? What an arrogant guy. The witch Gu Biyue from the witch clan exceeded others both in talent and appearance. Gu Biyue's status in the witch clan could be compared with Princess Lu's in the Lui kingdom. Yi Futian chose to follow Lu Qinyu but wanted Gu Biyue to be his maid? Was this Yi Futian's response to Gu Biyue's offer of letting them be her subordinates? Most of the people behind Gu Biyue were confused while some of them were looking at Yi Futian indignantly. Was Yi Futian serious? Ji Zimo was also surprised. Where did this guy's courage and confidence come from? Lu Qinyu smiled at this scene. She was curious about how Gu Biyue would react. However, Gu Biyue was just a bit stunned. Then her smile grew more brilliant, full of charm. She stared at Yi Futian and said, "You want me to serve you?" Her tone sounded quite flirtatious and evocative of people's imagination. Witches always did whatever they wanted. However, anyone who wanted to take advantage of them would suffer a lot. It is a wonderful thing to be served by a beauty. Yi Futian smiled at Gu Biyue. Seeing his smile, people were wordless. This guy was too bold. As the weaker one, how did he dare to ask Gu Biyue to be his maid? Wasn't he too naive? In the Eastern Barren territory, even the top talents from top powers dared not to let Gu Biyue serve them. But I would rather you to be my subordinate. Gu Biyue laughed. So, are you to be my subordinate or I, your maid? Well, a problem. Yi Futian looked at her. What do you think? How about a bet? Gu Biyue smiled and said, if you lose the bet, not only you but he will all be my subordinates. She looked at Yi Wuqian and smiled at Lu Qinyu. It was very fun to take people from Lu Qinyu's hand. What if you lose? Yi Futian smirked. Serve you, as you said before. Gu Biyue giggled. Her eyes were overwhelmingly beautiful and mesmerizing. In Lulan City, Yu Linglong, who followed Qian Yang, was fascinating too. But Gu Biyue was different from her. Yu Linglong's appearance and temperament couldn't be compared with Gu Biyue. She was fascinating from the inside out. Her every move and smile exuded exotic charm. Her elegant temperament made her a strong attraction to those top talents. Actually, she had more pursuers than Lu Qinyu did, including many top talents from Eastern Barren territory. What kind of bet? Yi Futian smiled. She had dug the pit, waiting for him to jump in. The peaks of Mirror Mountain are all relics. Since we are here, let's take the relics as the bet and make them our battlefields. We'll send 3 people per side and choose 3 relics. The outcome will be known after 3 rounds. What do you think? Gu Biyue said with a smile. Many people's eyes fixated on people behind Gu Biyue. Those people were all extraordinary cultivators. Hearing Gu Biyue's words, Yi Futian looked strange. Take the relics here as the bet. It was not challenging for him at all. Good idea, Yi Futian responded with a big smile. Will Gu Biyue be a better maid than Yun Qianma? Hope that she won't run away too. Seeing Yi Futian agree so readily, Gu Biyue also smiled. This group of people were definitely going to be her subordinates. Can I participate too? If you lose, be my maid. Ji Zimo smiled at Gu Biyue. But I'm not interested in you. Gu Biyue looked at Ji Zimo and then glanced at Yi Futian. You're not as good looking. Ji Zimo's face turned livid. People were speechless too. Gu Biyue smiled at Yi Futian and said, you pick the relics first. Yu Sheng, Yi Futian called. Yu Sheng knew what he meant and walked towards the war drum zone. Those who had heard Yu Sheng beating the drums had a strange expression. Gu Biyue deliberately set the trap for Yi Futian but she might lose the first round. Accompanied by a boom, the drum's sound vibrated the space. Yu Sheng's aura burst from him and began to go wild. After a while, the 9 drums were beaten at the same time. A violent storm rolled over the top of the mountain. People's hearts were stirred by the sounds. Gu Bu's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. The 9 drums rang simultaneously without stopping. It was incomparably destructive. No one among the people behind Gu Bu could do this. That was to say, Gu Bu lost the first round. I concede. Gu Bu recovered and showed a bigger smile. She didn't expect that Yu Sheng had a great talent too, as Yi Wuchen did. In this case, if this group of people could be her subordinates, they would help her a lot. Her status would be further stabled and might even ascend. The competition within the witch clan was very intense. Being able to be assisted by the strong was naturally wonderful. She had confidence in controlling people of any personalities. Since Yi Futian's group were willing to follow Lu Qinyu, she was confident that she could handle them too. Second round, which of you will fight? Gu Bu smiled and asked. Yi Futian looked at Lu Lanxue. She could have a try. Lu Lanxue stepped forward quietly. Many eyes fell on her. All were slightly surprised at her appearance and temperament. A figure behind Gu Bu walked out. This man in a black robe was slender and quiet. He had been standing behind Gu Bu quietly but emanated a dangerous aura. Ling Feng. People shuddered at the sight of him, the great talent of the witch clan. He had great talent but was obsessed with Gu Bu. He was willing to do anything for her, even subordinating himself. However, his talent wasn't any lower. Since they chose the drum area, you just choose the same. Gu Bu smiled at him. Ling Feng nodded. He walked toward that area and started beating the drums. The reason why Gu Bu conceded when Yu Sheng beat the drums was that Yu Sheng had done the extreme. No one could surpass him. But actually, Ling Feng was strong too. His every beat was stable as if there was a fantastic rhythm in his beating. He beat the drum again and again. The drums gradually turned into a horrible storm, but Ling Feng stood there still and continued his beating until the 9 drums rang at the same time. Yi Futian took a glance at Ling Feng. As expected, Gu Bu did prepare for this. Lu Lanxue walked forward and beat the drum too. This was her first time doing so, but she had a strong talent too. She managed to make 8 drums ring but failed at the last drum. Now, it's back to the beginning. Gu Bu smiled at Yi Futian and said, which of you will fight in the last round? Him. Gu Bu looked at Yi Wuchen. You set the rule first. Which relics will you pick? Yi Futian asked. Are you sure? Gu Bu smiled at Yi Futian. At the previous 2 rounds, they all had selected the battlefield once. Unexpectedly, Yi Futian let her decide the final round, which was supposed to be discussed by 2 sides. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Gu Bu smiled at him. He was pretty cute, letting her choose. Then I choose there. Gu Bu pointed to an elegant place. There was chess, paintings, gyukins, and flutes. She may take the final round into her own hands. You can't promise her like this. Lu Qinyu walked to Yi Futian and whispered. Yi Futian was overconfident about himself. How could he let Gu Bu select the final battlefield? Her own hands. Yi Futian looked at Gu Bu. The witch seemed to attach great importance to this match. It's all right. Yi Futian smiled at Lu Qinyu. Gu Bu is good at playing the flute. She is proficient in music, especially the witch requiem of witch clan. Even Yi Wuchen won't be able to resist it. Even without the spiritual attack, the music transferred from spirit is destructive enough. Lu Qinyu couldn't help to say after seeing Yi Futian was so confident. Which requiem? Yi Futian grew more interested in this. He said with a smile, then I would like to have a try. Saying this, he walked toward that area with Gu Bu. His group followed behind. Lu Qinyu was stunned. She looked at Yi Futian meaningfully. He said he would like to have a try. Rather than Yi Wuchen, Yi Futian would participate in the final battle. Didn't this guy say that he was just a servant before? A servant wanted to have the witch of the witch clan to be his maid. Lu Chenyu was speechless but followed them. The witch did have some means. If Yi Futian failed in this battle, then this group of people would really have to join her. The group of people came to the relic that was a great place for musical competition. There were gyukins, drums, and flutes there. However, everything seemed to be shapeless as if they were illusions transferred from spirits. Those instruments floated in the air, diffusing the power of fate. It seemed that many great masters had fought here once. Decided who will fight? Gu Biyue asked. I will fight, Yi Futian smiled and responded. Gu Biyue looked at him deeply and smiled gently. Since I want you to follow me, I hope you will be truly convinced. I am pretty good at the shao, so I will play a song for you. This song contains no spiritual attacks but only spiritual interference. If you can resist it, I will concede. Gu Biyue smiled at Yi Futian. Okay. Yi Futian nodded lightly. Then Gu Biyue moved toward that musical aura where there seemed to be countless invisible notes pulsing. Those miraculous notes were all transformed from intent. Gu Biyue murmured in her mind. The notes fluctuated and formed a shape of shao. Many people were surprised that Gu Biyue would attend the final round personally. Chapter 195, Gu Biyue placed her shao to her red lips and blew slowly. A mysterious sound came out of the shao. In an instant, it brought everyone into a beautiful artistic conception. So beautiful. Gu Biyue was known as the witch because of how she acted. But actually, she was extremely elegant as she played the shao right now. The music was beautiful and her long hair flew in the wind, her white dress fluttering. Like a fairy, she was otherworldly and mesmerizing. This was the first time for many to see her. Looking at her right now, their eyes almost fell out. They couldn't pull themselves out. Only she existed in their eyes. A witch indeed. Enthusiasm flashed past Ji Zimo's eyes. Lu Chenyu and Gu Biyue were different types of beauties but were both lovely. They had high status too. It would be great if he could have either of them. The witch was more attractive right now, but Ji Zimo knew that it was because everyone was affected by the Zhao's artistic conception. The witch requiem was created from the witch clan's spiritual sorcery. It could transform, and was extremely powerful. The witch requiem was the foundation of the witch clan. Only the core members could cultivate it. Gu Biyue was of high status so she could cultivate it. There seemed to be no sound other than the shao at the top of the mountain. Countless eyes looked over. So many people were mesmerized by the witch now. She was beautiful and so was her music. Everyone was affected by it, even Yi Futian. Right now, he stood across from Gu Biyue. Music notes flowed endlessly into his mind with intent power. However, it was different from what he'd imagined. It didn't attack him. Instead, it engraved an image in his mind. It was the image of Gu Biyue. Her fairy-like image was planted in his mind and consciousness. The beautiful music was intoxicating and the fairy-like figure was even more so. At that moment, his mind was completely taken over by Gu Biyue's image. She seemed to want to be ingrained in his mind until he couldn't pull himself out. He involuntarily started admiring her, wanting to love her. He purely wanted to make that figure the most important part of his life. Is it the witch requiem? Yi Futian thought. It was an advanced tactic and much more powerful than usual alluring techniques. Gu Biyue claimed that if Yi Futian could withstand it, she would admit defeat. It seemed that the so-called withstanding was a bit different from what he'd thought. It was possible he would surrender with one song. This was similar to the Beastmaster life spirit that Emperor Yu Qing had blessed him with. It was different but one of the same. The witch had really set up a trap for him. Unfortunately, her target was him. No one in the ancient barren world could surpass him in will and intent. Gu Biyue couldn't affect him either. The song grew more and more beautiful. It was the first time for many to hear such a beautiful shout. Even though the witch only targeted Yi Futian, everyone was still affected. Some weaker ones were about to be taken over. They stared at her with endless admiration as if gazing at an angel. As the music streamed into his ears, Yi Futian seemed close to falling for Gu Biyue. However, he was resolute. Another image appeared in his mind. He hadn't seen Fox in a long time. Thinking of the one he loved, a smile appeared on his face. He erased the marks Gu Biyue left. Gu Biyue, while playing the shao, stared at Yi Futian and saw a brilliant smile on the handsome face. It was as if he had seen his beloved girl. However, she didn't feel proud. Yi Futian didn't smile like this because of her shao or because of seeing her. While she played, he actually thought of someone else. Was it one of the two beauties standing behind him? Thinking of this, Gu Biyue furiously added her intent to the music notes, making the song even prettier. However, Yi Futian was still unmoved. Gradually, the song changed. Instead of being beautiful, it turned aggressive. This change seemed to be shapeless. The pulsing and aggressive notes rushed directly into Yi Futian's mind. It cut apart his fantasies. Hua Jieyu's image kept disappearing from his mind, forcefully wiped away. Gu Biyue no longer looked like a fairy. Instead, she was a domineering goddess. She was brilliant and horrible. She forcefully entered Yi Futian's mind to plant her image until he couldn't get rid of her. She would force Yi Futian to submit before her. In the fantasy, Yi Futian looked up at Gu Biyue in the air. She was as powerful as a goddess. Her music tried to make him surrender. In his mind, Hua Jieyu's image gradually faded away as if being wiped. Only Gu Biyue's image was allowed to stay. Outside, the spectators' feelings changed. They were also influenced by the song. However, Yi Futian's clothes and black hair fluttered as if bearing horrible intent pressure. Yi Futian's eyes sharpened. Want to make me submit? Want to wipe away Jieyu's image? He grew even more resolute. Walking forward, he arrived at an instrument created by music notes and said, "I must return a gift to you out of courtesy." Yi Futian played the guqin. His will entered the music notes as he strummed the strings. His music instantly accompanied the shao. Everyone felt a powerful force at once. The two types of music notes collided in the air, creating a shapeless windstorm. The shao was extremely violent. It wanted to wipe away everything in Yi Futian's mind and plant Gu Biyue's image. The guqin was magnanimous. Like an emperor, it protected the image in his mind. His territory was like a painting. The terrifying guqin music seeped into the witch's ears. It wiped away the aggressive goddess, trying to make her bow down. Yi Futian used his own enlightenment and understanding of the musical piece the world to make it perfect. A great artistic conception was born. He's fighting back. Everyone was shocked at this scene. Gu Biyue's witch requiem couldn't take Yi Futian down. Neither the fairy-like gentleness nor the aggressive goddess could destroy Yi Futian's will. Now, he was fighting back. Yi Futian's aura changed instantly. An emperor-like power emanated from him. He seemed to have become a powerful king. The guqin and shao collided, the emperor and goddess clashed. Endless music notes fought crazily in that area as their auras grew stronger. The witch requiem made the goddess become indomitable. Endless images of her appeared in Yi Futian's mind. The world was equally domineering. Right now, Yi Futian was like a true emperor. His musical pieces will descended upon Gu Biyue to make her surrender. Such powerful intent. Everyone stared at the terrifying storm of music. They were up neck to neck. Neither was willing to step back. Would this turn into a tie? However, Gu Biyue had said that if Yi Futian could survive one song, she would admit defeat. Their bet had been that if she lost, she would become his servant. Yi Futian couldn't do anything if she didn't keep her word, but there was an audience here. It would be embarrassing. Just then, Gu Biyue's shao transformed into an endless river of notes that poured into Yi Futian's mind. She used her intent to communicate with the music notes and asked, "Who is in your mind?" With her body, aura, and the witch requiem, even the strongest person would surrender, let alone someone in a lower plane like Yi Futian. But he seemed to be protecting someone this entire time. Yi Futian grinned. "Do you surrender?" "Surrender?" Gu Biyue repeated. "I just can't defeat you with my will." She'd said that if Yi Futian would bear it, she would lose. "Oh." Yi Futian chuckled. "What if I tell you that I haven't even tried yet?" His words surprised Gu Biyue, but then she smiled. "You're so arrogant." With that, the shao returned and the witch requiem attacked again. Yi Futian also smiled. He continued playing the guqin, but his aura had changed again. Now, he was like an emperor. He instantly blasted away Gu Biyue's image in his mind. At the same time, an undefeatable intent descended in Gu Biyue's mind, forcefully cutting off her witch requiem. Her powerful spiritual power burst forth to restrict that will. Her shao stopped and she gazed at Yi Futian. The emperor-like figure stopped playing and smiled. He stood as if only he existed in the world. Everyone's eyes were fixated on those two figures. This wasn't a tie. Gu Biyue had lost. In this battle of will, the witch requiem had lost. Lu Qinyu stared at Yi Futian's figure. She thought of what Yi Wuchen had said. Now, it seemed that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were definitely amazing and not below Yi Wuchen at all. They all specialized in different things. Yi Futian could actually face the witch requiem and defeat Gu Biyue. Even more shocking, he was only in the second-level Dharma plane, but his will was already so powerful. When he played the piece earlier, his aura was like an emperor. Someone like this wouldn't follow others so easily. Gu Biyue and Ji Zimo wanted Yi Futian to be their subordinate. No wonder he would fight back and make Gu Biyue his servant. Yi Futian smiled at the dazed Gu Biyue. "You're mine now." Chapter 196, Gu Biyue was stunned a little. She looked at Yi Futian. She didn't expect that she would lose the bet. From the beginning, she had been preparing this trap for Yi Futian to jump in so that he could be her subordinate. Unexpectedly, she was defeated. She didn't think that the horrible intent contained in Yi Futian's music could suppress her witch requiem. But soon, she recovered, and her eyes, looking at Yi Futian, turned bright again. Yi Futian was only at second Dharma plane. If he could be so gifted, then so were Yi Wuchen and Yu Sheng. The trio definitely had the potential to be top young cultivators in Eastern Barren territory. The witch smiled charmingly. She looked at Yi Futian and said flirtatiously, "What do you want from your maid?" Yi Futian had said, "Now, you're mine." How bold he was. The surrounding people all gasped. The witch was very alluring at this moment. Their hearts were stirred by her deliberate bashfulness. Seeing the witch's performance, Lu Qinyu turned to Yi Futian. Though Yi Futian defeated Gu Biyue, the witch had many vicious means and lived up to her name. Lu Qinyu was a great beauty too, but she was also enchanted a little bit when seeing Gu Biyue's posture. This was because Gu Biyue blended her witch methods into every move she made, making her extremely attractive. No one could forget her. Even those top talents would be attracted by her means. Yi Futian looked at the witch calmly. He admitted that she was very attractive. But trying to seduce him? It was impossible. He had experienced the fox before. "You are my maid. That's why you are mine." "Don't overinterpret it," Yi Futian responded indifferently. Hearing his response, people were all astonished by his calmness. How can he be so calm facing the witch's temptation? He must be pretending. Looking at Yi Futian's calmness, many dared him in their minds to keep pretending. Gu Biyue giggled and looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. "Do you really want me to serve you? You don't want to deny it, do you?" Yi Futian looked at Gu Biyue. "Of course I don't. It's just, The witch said with a smile, "I'm afraid you can't bear it." "Can't bear it?" Yi Futian looked at the witch and said, "Just do what you are supposed to do as a maid. Do not have any wild thoughts." Gu Biyue was speechless. The people around them looked at Yi Futian with great admiration. He was really impressive. "Okay." Gu Biyue moved slightly to stand behind Yi Futian and quipped, "My lord, what are your wishes?" Yi Futian nodded in satisfaction. She was really adaptable. "Follow me," said Yi Futian. He left this area and headed to the statues where he had been cultivating it previously. The witch followed beside him. Leng Feng and other strong cultivators who had arrived with her came up with cold faces. How could Yi Futian dare to follow through? Gu Biyue just fulfilled her commitment, but how could Yi Futian not know how to be modest? Was he really treating Gu Biyue as a maid? Gu Biyue glanced at her group and smiled. Her eyes seemed to be telling people something. The group of people halted and looked at Gu Biyue confusedly. It would indeed be embarrassing not to fulfill the promise, but so what? What qualified Yi Futian to let the top witch of the witch clan be his maid? Everyone would understand and wouldn't reprimand him if he didn't. Lin Yueyao looked at Yi Futian's back indignantly. This shameless guy enrolled another maid. Lu Qinyu smiled at Yi Futian. This guy really had guts. However, he might not know that he would be in danger soon with this witch by his side. Yi Futian came to those statues. Gu Biyue smiled gently at him and asked, "How did you do that? Why did the intent in your music suddenly strengthen? It seemed to slightly restrain my flute." "My shoulders are a little stiff after playing the music," Yi Futian said. He sat onto the ground. Such an unprofessional maid wanted to dig out his secrets. She was thinking too much. Gu Biyue blinked. "His shoulders are a little stiff. What does that mean?" "Then let me massage your shoulders." Gu Biyue suddenly smiled and stood behind Yi Futian. The surrounding people were instantly stunned. Shameless guy. How could his shoulders be stiff after playing when he was at such a high plane? Looking at the fairy-like woman in a white dress, people could not imagine her massaging shoulders for others. However, Gu Biyue just smiled gently. Standing behind Yi Futian, she reached out her slender fingers and began to massage Yi Futian's shoulders. People were overwhelmed at the sight of this scene. Shameless. Bastard. Many people glared at Yi Futian in hatred. Ji Zimo's face became exceptionally complex too. Yi Futian could enjoy such a treatment. Comfortable? Gu Biyue smiled gently. Not bad. Yi Futian nodded and closed his eyes with enjoyment. Yu Xing behind them was stunned by this scene too. Without Hua Jieyu here, Yi Futian was really bold. Lu Qinyu walked over and was speechless when seeing Yi Futian's satisfied face. Yi Futian opened his eyes and smiled at Lu Qinyu. "Princess, may I help you?" Seeing Yi Futian was so casual, Lu Qinyu had no idea how he could be so calm. "Aren't you a servant?" Lu Qinyu asked with a smile. "Can't a servant have a maid?" Yi Futian smiled too. Since Yi Wuchen had told people that his arm was cut by Li Daoyun, he must have told Lu Qinyu the truth. She was just making fun of him. "Of course you can. Just take care you don't get tricked." Lu Qinyu glanced at the witch behind Yi Futian. Gu Biyue was looking at her too. The two beauties looked into each other's eyes. The atmosphere became a little weird. After a short while, Lu Qinyu drew back her sight and looked at Yi Futian. This guy was enjoying himself now, but had he ever thought about the consequence? The witch's pursuers were strong enough killed him, let alone the witch clan. Yi Futian was a little confused. Why did those people always think too much? "Princess, what top powers are there in the Eastern Barren Territory?" Yi Futian suddenly asked. The relics here were enough for him to continue his cultivation for a period of time. Moreover, he could meet many people of top powers here. When everything here settled down, he would join one of those top powers and begin to solve the concerns brought by Luo Junlin. It was the time for him to get familiar with everything. The Eastern Barren Territory is extremely vast. There are many top powers in the central region. My Lu Kingdom, her witch clan, Fuyun sword clan whose people you have encountered with before, as well as the Ji's family which Ji Zimo belongs to are all top powers, Lu Qinyu explained. Seeing the great talent of Yi Futian's trio, she realized that it was not easy for Lu Kingdom to enroll them. However, she met them earlier than the other powers, so she had some advantages. Even if they chose the others, it was not a big deal. They could still be friends. What about the Royal Xian Temple? Yi Futian asked. It's a powerful force but not at the uppermost level, Lu Qinyu answered. If you want to join a power, I think Eastern Barren College might be a good choice. The college is the force with the longest history in the Eastern Barren Territory. It has been passed down countless generations. The resources for cultivation there are probably the most outstanding in the whole Eastern Barren Territory. From this aspect, no other forces can be compared with it. Lu Qinyu slowly introduced the other powers to Yi Futian. How is the Eastern Barren College when compared with Lu Kingdom? Yi Futian asked curiously. They are different. The Lu Kingdom is a kingdom while the Eastern Barren College is a college. Colleges put more emphasis on the cultivation of its disciples. The teachers are all at the noble plane. It has cultivated a lot of very outstanding disciples, Lu Qinyu answered him honestly. Yi Futian nodded. The Lu Kingdom was a kingdom so it focused on the cultivation of the royalty. Of course I will be delighted if you come to Lu Kingdom. Lu Qinyu smiled. Yi Futian smiled. Your Highness, actually, it doesn't matter if we join Lu Kingdom or not. How? Lu Qinyu looked at Yi Futian confusedly. If one of us is princess's bridegroom, we don't need to join the Lu Kingdom to get close to each other. Yi Futian smirked at Lu Qinyu. The princess was stunned for a while. Then she rolled her eyes towards Yi Futian and left. She naturally knew what Yi Futian meant. Are you flirting with Lu Qinyu? Gu Biyue asked behind him with a smile. She figured out now that Yi Futian's group was not going to join the Lu Kingdom. They'd just met each other in advance. She thought the bridegroom Yi Futian mentioned was himself. Yi Futian ignored her and continued his cultivation. More and more people gathered at the peak of Mirror Mountain. Li Daoqing of the Fuyun sword clan had been defeated twice. Mu Yunhe and Xiao Teng were defeated by someone at a lower level than them. The fates of the three people were all seized. Gu Biyue's witch requiem was suppressed by the music of someone at a lower level. And then the witch became his maid to serve him. Such news would definitely cause a sensation. After the news spread, an endless stream of people set foot on the top of the hill. All parties, even people of top powers, arrived. This place quickly became full of people. Although there were many relics on the hill, strong cultivators used to come here separately instead of converging here at the same time. This grand occasion was absolutely rare. Gathering around the statues, many eyes fell on Yi Futian. They kept pointing and commenting. Yi Futian chose to ignore them. The witch Gu Biyue sat beside him. She was waiting for everything that would happen with some anticipation. She would like to see whether Yi Futian could bear it or not. Chapter 197. These days, other than cultivating, Yi Futian also learned a lot about the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. There were three most powerful forces in the center of the region, the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and the Eastern Barren College. The Qin dynasty was also called the Eastern Qin. It had once ruled over the Eastern Barren Territory but then dissolved. The other forces rose up, creating the current situation. Even so, the other kingdoms still made obeisance to the Qin dynasty. It ruled over various kings and was extremely powerful. It was above the other kingdom in the Eastern Barren Territory, the Lu Kingdom, and resided in the best location. The Donghua clan showed signs of becoming the #1 clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. The signs were getting stronger in the recent years too. The Eastern Barren College was the #1 college in the area. It had nurtured countless monstrously talented people. In the aspect of training disciples, the college was unsurpassed. These three had the longest heritage. The Qin dynasty was a nation. Though the Donghua clan was powerful, it wasn't as good as the Eastern Barren College in training disciples. That was why Lu Qinyu recommended Yi Futian to join the college. It was undoubtedly the best choice. There had always been many rumors that many of the noble figures in the top forces had all cultivated in the Eastern Barren College. Other than these top 3 heritage forces, the Futian sword clan was the best for swordsmanship. It was known as the Orthodox. The Sword Saint Mountain was the best for the broadsword. The Futian sword clan and Sword Saint Mountain had been rivals for many years. When their disciples met, they would battle it out. Of course, the Lu Kingdom, Witch Clan, Royal Xian Temple, Qianqiu Temple and others were powerful as well. Yi Futian had a general impression of these forces now. As the number of people on the Mirror Mountain increased, more people began discussing Yi Futian. Of course, many of them were just here for the show, some wanted drama, and a few were angry at Yi Futian for treating someone like Gu Biue as a servant. Of course, there were still a tiny number who admired the witch. People from some top forces also came, but Yi Futian didn't know them. How can someone from a low plane take Gu Biue as a servant? Where does he get the courage? Someone not far from Yi Futian said coldly. He was from a noble clan. Apparently, it was because of a bet. Gu Biue kept her word, but he didn't know his place and actually took her. He was so arrogant. He probably forgot his place, someone else said, mocking Yi Futian. In reality, they all knew that Yi Futian naturally better than the others if he could defeat Gu Biue with music. However, they mocked him because they were jealous but also to stir up drama. He has a noble ritual implement and earlier stole the fate of 3 powerful cultivators of the Futian sword clan, including 8th level Mu Yunhe, someone said. Ritual implements are just outside strength. People of the top forces do not need it. Plus, even if with a ritual implement, would he be able to defeat the true strong cultivators of the Witch Clan and Futian Sword Clan? Hearing this, many people nodded. Yi Futian was talented, especially in music and spiritual will, but he was still too shameless. He had robbed Futian cultivators of their fates and made Gu Biue his servant. Just as Gu Biue had said, could he handle it? As more and more people started talking, Yi Futian grew annoyed. Couldn't they let him cultivate in peace? Gu Biue, he called. The girl looked at him and he said, get rid of all those people discussing me. I don't want to see them. Gu Biue blinked in shock. These people were mostly feeling angry for her, but Yi Futian told her to chase them away. She stood up sadly. Her white dress swaying, she walked over to the crowd. Everyone was surprised and glanced at Yi Futian. How could he be so shameless? Please leave, Gu Biue muttered. Being a servant was so sad. Everyone looked at the fairy-like figure before them and was speechless. They wouldn't get angry at her, of course. Someone said, Fairy Gu, why are you like this? He doesn't qualify to treat you like this. Since I agreed, I must fulfill my duties, Gu Biue said pitifully. Seeing her like this, many people were dazed. They felt even more furious and glared at Yi Futian. Someone said coldly, do you dare fight me? Hurry up, Yi Futian chastised Gu Biue, ignoring them. This servant was out of line and even tried tempting men. He should teach her a lesson. Okay. Gu Biue nodded while feeling wronged. She released her powerful aura and the people before her became even more furious. They couldn't resent Gu Biue, they just hated Yi Futian more and left angrily. They didn't forget to insult Yi Futian for being so shameless and hide behind a woman while still making her his servant. Lu Qinyu watched him from afar. She didn't know what Yi Futian was thinking. The witch was doing her job but still setting traps for him. Many people were already angry and now it was building up. It would explode someday. He really didn't worry about getting into a mess. What made Lu Chenyu speechless was that he could still cultivate peacefully. He didn't care at all. The people of the top forces arrived gradually. The Futian sword clan was the most eye-catching. As soon as she saw them, Lu Chenyu got closer to Yi Futian's group. However, the Futian sword clan seemed very nonchalant. They waited quietly and didn't hurry to deal with Yi Futian. They clearly knew Yi Wuchen was difficult. Mu Yunhe was the example. Lu Chenyu was present too. The Royal Xian Temple and Sword Saint Mountain arrived too. Some of them knew Yi Futian's group and Lulan Shui. Earlier, they were there when the prides of the four top forces had gone to the Lulan relic for the trial. They'd used the relic as a battleground to test their skills. It was in that relic where Li Daoyun took Yi Wuchen's arm and started the rivalry. No one expected that they would come to Mirror Mountain and challenge the Futian sword clan so daringly. They were surprised to see the Virgin Lulan Shui of ancient Lulan here too. At that moment, a few monks walked to the peak of the mountain, attracting much attention. They were from the Qianqiu Temple. There was another group beside them. They had extraordinary auras and were extremely confident. The Donghua clan. Many people were surprised. They didn't think the Mirror Mountain would be so lively that even the Donghua clan was attracted. They were close to the number one clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. They were very powerful and all their disciples were talented. The leader scanned the crowd as if trying to size them up. Then his gaze fell upon Gu Biyue. They had met several times before. This attractive and powerful woman was now someone's servant. Then he looked beside her to Yi Futian. He walked straight over there. The monks of the Qianqiu Temple also walked towards the crowd. Hua Qingqi of the Donghua clan. Everyone looked at him. He was well known amongst the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory. Plus, he was from the Donghua clan. A few moments later, he walked over to the battle drums. Gazing at Yi Futian, he asked, "I heard that some fanatics arrived at the Mirror Mountain. Is it you all?" Yi Futian looked up at Hua Qingqi and then to Gu Biyue. "I can't handle the Donghua clan," Gu Biyue replied with a smile. It wasn't that she didn't want to fulfill her duties. Yi Futian had heard that the Donghua clan seemed to be the number one clan. He glanced at Hua Qingqi and asked, "Yes?" "I don't mind if people are arrogant but you must be skilled," Hua Qingqi said. "You defeated Gu Biyue in the relic and made her your servant. Now, there are people from more forces present. Your plane is too low, and you clearly lack true ability. Why don't we challenge each other here? If you are talented enough, the Donghua clan can consider accepting you." He had a high status in the Donghua clan and could say something like that. Many people were shocked. If Yi Futian joined them, even the Futian sword clan would be powerless. Of course, there were people from many top forces here. It wouldn't be easy to win in this fight. "Do you really think that you are number one in the Eastern Barren Territory?" a mocking voice said at this time. Everyone looked to see another person walk over. He was alone and was very handsome. He wore all white and his long hair was swept up under a crown. He walked with his hands behind his back and stood out from the crowd. "The college has come too." Everyone was shocked. He had come. Hua Qingqi had proposed for everyone to challenge Yi Futian and test his talent so he could consider accepting Yi Futian as a disciple. He was proud as if the Donghua clan really was number one. "What, the college is interested too?" Hua Qingqi smiled at the newcomer. He obviously knew who it was, he was very famous. The man from the college glanced at Yi Futian. "I heard that he's quite talented but is too overconfident. He doesn't have high cultivation but is so shameless. I don't like people who act above their level. The college doesn't lack fanatics and also doesn't accept idiots." The man spoke straightforwardly. The college didn't lack fanatics because he was one. Chapter 198, Choosing Clans. Chapter 198, Choosing Clans. The Eastern Baron College was the college with the longest history in Eastern Baron territory. It was undoubtedly the representative of all colleges in Eastern Baron territory. The college taught all kinds of students, including both proud and low-profile cultivators as well as fanatics. Certainly, one must be capable enough to gain the title of fanatic. Otherwise, even those top talents could barely be called fanatics in the college. Tang Yi was a famous fanatic among the juniors in the college. He would do whatever he wanted without concerns. He didn't know Yi Futian but had heard his stories along the way. He didn't care about what he said, so he even said some rude words. However, Tang Yi didn't mind that. It was Yi Futian's ability to win over Gu Biyue, but it was stupid for him to take Gu Biyue as his maid. That was not something he could afford. Among the peers from the Eastern Baron territory, he didn't admire many, but that witch from the Witch clan was one of them. Tang Yi was so capricious and wild that there few people could be compared with him. But as fate would have it, Tang Yi saw Gu Biyue as his sister. If he was in the ancient Baron world and knew Yi Futian had taken Gu Biyue as his maid, he would have killed him immediately. In his mind, Yi Futian was just a clown who knew nothing about the situation but thought himself mighty. There had never been a shortage of geniuses in the Eastern Baron territory. He came here today for a true genius. Not only he, but Donghua clan and Qianqiu temple all came for this guy. As for Yi Futian, Tang Yi just happened to hear about him on the way. The people looked at Tang Yi. What he had said was very straightforward, but that was just what he was like. Yu Xing cracked his knuckles and looked at Tang Yi coldly. Looking at Tang Yi, Lu Qinyu frowned. How did the conflict become so intense? The college was seldom interested in such trifles. From his attitude, it could be inferred that Tang Yi was not here for Yi Futian. It was impossible for him to be here just for humiliating Yi Futian, wasn't it? This was clearly not Tang Yi's style. Seeing the coldness in Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen's eyes, Lu Qinyu walked to them and whispered, "He is Tang Yi from the Eastern Baron College. You can't deal with him. He's from the Eastern Baron College." Yi Futian murmured. He is right. The mad and the stupid are very close. Many people think they are fanatics, but they are just some self-righteous idiots. Oh. Beside him, Gu Biyue smiled. Then was Tang Yi of the Eastern Baron College the fanatic or Yi Futian? Lu Qinyu rolled her eyes. This was the woman's trap for Yi Futian. Yi Futian was in trouble, but it was his fault. He was too impulsive. At this time, some people walked here from the stairs. They were from two powers and all emanated a special temperament with a confrontational intention. Moreover, the two leaders both had faint noble fate. Brother. Lu Qinyu was a little shocked at the sight of the man at the left side. That man was her brother, Lu Feiyang. Her brother should be in the outside world, but why was he here in the Eastern Baron territory? She also recognized the man on the right side of her brother. That man was from the Qin dynasty. Seeing them appear, the people at the top of the mountain seemed to realize something was wrong. The news that Yi Futian had taken the witch as his maid indeed caused a sensation, but not to this extent. Were all the top forces coming? Yi Futian wasn't that influential. Something else must be coming. Lu Feiyang saw Lu Qinyu too. He walked to her. What happened? Lu Qinyu asked. Apparently, she had guessed that there was something important happening or there would not be so many strong people gathered here. He is about to pick the clan, Lu Feiyang responded. He was very curious whether he would choose the college or the Donghua clan. Lu Qinyu blinked and thought of someone. The guess stunned her. Lu Feiyang said that man was going to pick the clan, not that the clans would pick him. This meant that this man's gift was strong enough to select the top forces. Lu Qinyu instantly knew who her brother was referring to. Among those young top talents in the Eastern Barren Territory, only one legendary person had not joined any force yet. Xiao Wuji was a legendary junior in the Eastern Barren Territory who didn't belong to any clans but could be compared with those strongest cultivators. In the ancient barren world, he defeated many top talents and achieved achievements that many people didn't. His records were still kept in many relics. That was why he was so famous even though he hadn't come to the Mirror Mountain and shown his gift in front of the Mirror Mountain stone wall. No elder had even seen him before, but he was already known to all in the Eastern Barren Territory. All top powers sent invitations to him, but he still hadn't announced which clan he was going to join. But now, was he going to make the decision? "Who are you talking about?" asked Yi Wuchen. "We are talking about Xiao Wuji, who had left his deeds in the ancient barren world. The Mirror Mountain is the only place he hasn't been to, and now he will come here to pick clans." Lu Chenyu looked at Yi Wuchen meaningfully. She didn't believe it when Yi Wuchen said there was no one stronger than Yi Futian and Yu Xing, though they were very outstanding. But in the Eastern Barren Territory, there were even stronger cultivators in the top powers, such as the College, the Donghua clan, and the Witch clan. Xiao Wuji was among them. Not many were qualified to pick clans here, but Xiao Wuji could. Moreover, he had competed with people of all powers when he was in the ancient barren world. He had conflicts with all the powers, but they still all came, wanting him to join them. Lu Feiyang looked up to Yi Futian's group. He had heard about the news. Lu Chenyu still introduced them to her brother. Lu Feiyang nodded to them and said, "If interested, join us." Yi Futian could tell that Lu Feiyang was not so interested in them. What he said was just a casual offer. Though Yi Futian's group was very strong, they were not so outstanding when compared with Xiao Wuji. Naturally, Lu Feiyang was not very interested. "Even the Moon clans here. Are they going to enroll a male disciple?" Lu Feiyang saw a group of women appear at the top of the mountain. These women were all beautiful, like fairies. They were the disciples of the only female clan among the top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Moon clan only accepted female disciples. Xiao Wuji's choice had nothing to do with Moon clan, but they still came. Accompanied by the arrival of the top forces, people on the mountaintop began to realize that Yi Futian and the witch were not the reason for those strong cultivators' arrival. It was Xiao Wuji. Many people were guessing which clan Xiao Wuji would pick. As for Yi Futian and Gu Biyue, their news was forgotten by people at this moment. All powers are here now. Hua Qingqi of Donghua clan smiled, then looked at Yi Futian. "What do you think of my suggestion? Would you like to challenge people of all powers? You might get the chance to join the Donghua clan." Hua Qingqi thought that it would also be a good idea to enroll several talents before Xiao Wuji arrived. When Xiao Wuji came, then he would fight with all his might. "No," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Make him challenge people so that he could have the chance to join the Donghua clan while Xiao Wuji could pick any clan he wanted." There was such a big difference. If he agreed with Hua Qingqi, he'd have no dignity left. After the barren city, he'd come straight to the Mirror Mountain to pick clans. Today, he would witness someone else make the same choice. It was interesting to him. If you miss the chance, you might never get another chance. Hua Qingqi smiled. Yi Futian's refusal was not something shameful to him. The Donghua clan was becoming the top clan of the Eastern Barren Territory. They didn't accept anyone, even if others wanted him. "It's all right." Yi Futian smiled lightly. If the chance was missed, he might never get another chance. Yi Futian agreed with that. Countless people arrived at the top of the Mirror Mountain after hearing the news. At this time, some other people of the Futian Sword clan also arrived. One in the group glared directly at Yi Wuchen and Yi Futian as he arrived. Step after step, he walked over to somewhere near Yi Futian's group. His eyes were like sharp swords. It was Li Daoyun of the Futian Sword clan, the man they met in the Lulan relic. The man looked at Yi Wuchen's lost arm and said coldly, "It seems that losing one arm is not enough." When rushing into the imperial palace of Lulan Kingdom, Li Daoyun was very arrogant and aggressive. Obviously, he didn't expect that Yi Wuqian's group dared to come here so soon. Li Daoyun from the Fuyun Sword Clan, Yi Futian said. This was how Li Daoyun responded when he asked Li Daoyun at the Lulan relic. Hearing his words, Li Daoyun looked at him with eyes sharp as daggers. You finally came. Yi Futian smiled brilliantly as if he had been waiting for Li Daoyun to come here. Li Daoyun halted and then smiled too, coldly. Yes, I came. So, are you ready? He glanced at Lu Qinyu and Lu Feiyang and went back to the Fuyun Sword Clan. He wasn't in a hurry. So many people of top powers gathered here not to see how he would deal with Yi Futian but to wait for someone. He would only kill Yi Futian after that. Chapter 199, Xiao Wuji. Chapter 199, Xiao Wuji. The disciples of all the top forces were grouped at the top of Mirror Mountain. While this scene wasn't unprecedented, it was still rare. Many people were excited. They didn't expect to see so many top talents today. Quite a few they'd only heard about before. It was the first time seeing them in person. They would see Xiao Wuji later too. That was the one who was equal to the truly monstrously talented ones in the Eastern Barren territory. The various forces had spells on the Mirror Mountain stone wall so they could see what was happening. Xiao Wuji chose this place because it was probably his last time coming to the ancient barren world. He probably would not come anymore. Yi Futian's group also waited. They were curious about what kind of person could cause such a commotion. Countless eyes looked at the stairs. Lin Yueyao looked and then glanced at Yi Futian. Ever since knowing him, he was always the most eye-catching one. It was rare to see him like this, overlooked by others while someone else was in the spotlight. Would Yi Futian still show his brilliant talent this time? Finally, someone climbed the steps. He looked average, but as soon as he appeared, he became the star. Everyone's gazes were fixed on him. He walked slowly, but each step was at a different time. His rhythm was very strange. His black hair hung carelessly over his shoulders and there was no expression on those chiseled features. However, on his average face, his eyes were extremely deep. He could swallow everyone's gazes. Xiao Wuji. The people all looked over at him but no one invited him. Since Xiao Wuji would choose a clan at the mountaintop, he would definitely do something. The people could only wait and see. Thus, the vast region on the mountaintop quieted down. Only Xiao Wuji's footsteps sounded. He gazed around, not at the crowd but at the various relics. Then he started walking somewhere. The direction he chose was where Yi Futian was. He obviously wasn't going for Yi Futian but for the statues. Many people moved aside subconsciously, emptying the area. However, Yi Futian's group didn't move. Move, a cold and domineering voice said. It was Tang Yi from the college. He gazed at Yi Futian's group with undisguised disdain. Just as he'd said before, he really didn't like Yi Futian. Yu Sheng looked coldly at Tang Yi but Yi Futian didn't seem to mind. He gestured at them to move and walked voluntarily to the side. Yu Sheng looked at him in confusion. Just watch, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. He watched the man walking to the flame statue. He was curious how powerful this man could be if all the top forces were waiting. Would he be qualified to compete? It was not only Yi Futian. Everyone looked quietly at Xiao Wuji. He seemed to want to test the relics here. Terrifying flame intent seemed to shoot out of Xiao Wuji's deep eyes, falling on the statue. Then he closed his eyes and felt for it quietly. After some time, strands of fire stretched from the statue to Xiao Wuji, gradually enveloping him. Is he going to get to that point? Everyone's hearts trembled, especially those who had tried the statue. They knew how difficult it was to get to this point but Xiao Wuji did it so quickly. Xiao Wuji's body seemed to burn. Various maple leaf prints appeared and then swallowed his entire body. Endless flame intent swept over him, bathing him in firelight. His body flashed and walked directly into the flame statue. His entire body seemed to fuse into it. He sat inside, sensing the statue's intense strength. As expected of Xiao Wuji. The audience's heart trembled. As expected, he used an extremely short time to reach this step even though it was his first try. Yi Futian was calm and he watched quietly. Xiao Wuji was so reputable and his talent was undeniable. Very few present could perform this well. Of course, Yi Futian was an exception. He wanted to see how far Xiao Wuji could go. Xiao Wuji studied inside for a long time and everyone waited quietly with no complaints. He was destined to become one of the top cultivators in the Eastern Barren territory. They might be able to see him now, but after some years, most of them would only be able to look up at him. After a long while, Xiao Wuji separated from the statue. There were faint maple marks on him. He'd finished with this statue. He moved towards the ice statue beside the flame one. He radiated with an icy aura and his eyes seemed covered in frost. A similar scene unfolded. He felt for the statue and then went in to cultivate. After a while, he walked to the golden statue beside it. It looked like a statue made of gold. To Xiao Wuji, it made no difference. Is he a full attribute? Yi Futian murmured. Yes, Lu Chenyu nodded. Xiao Wuji is a full attribute mandate sorcerer, including spiritual sorcery. Not many in the Eastern Barren territory are like this, Lu Feiyang murmured. Sadly, he probably won't choose our kingdom. The Lu kingdom had no advantages compared to the other forces. In power, they weren't as strong as the Qin dynasty. In other aspects, they weren't as attractive as the Donghua clan or college. Thus, Lu Feiyang didn't have much hope. He predicted that Xiao Wuji would choose between the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, or the college. You've comprehended before these statues for quite some time. It seems that there's a big difference, Gu Biyue said with a smile. Yi Futian gazed her indifferently. He didn't feel anything towards her smile and beauty. Servants shouldn't speak so much. If you keep doing this, I'll sell you, he said coolly. The witch's smile froze and she stared at Yi Futian in resentment. Could she be sold? Yi Futian ignored her. He continued watching quietly. After the 3 statues, Xiao Wuji seemed to lose interest and left the region. Everyone's eyes moved with him. Xiao Wuji walked to a big boulder. The stone was very strange, it glowed faintly. The entire stone was like a huge mirror with illusory light. Many figures were carved on the surface. They were all engraved into the stone with different depths. It was the image on the wall. Standing before the stone, you could feel the powerful intent power within it. The more talented someone was, the deeper one's image could be. The images on the stone had all been left by others. The deepest one was 7 inches. It seemed ingrained in the stone. Xiao Wuji stood before the stone. A strange power engulfed them. Then they saw him walk forward. He seemed to walk into the stone with every step. An image was branded onto the stone and kept deepening. 1 inch, 2 inches, Xiao Wuji's movement gradually slowed. A terrifying power pressed down on him but he continued forward. The image grew even deeper. Finally, the image was 8 inches deep and Xiao Wuji finally stopped. 8 inches. Another record. Everyone stared at Xiao Wuji in shock. He'd left an 8-inch deep image. He seemed to be a miracle created just to break all records. Next, Xiao Wuji walked to the battle drum area. He raised his hand and beat the drum. There was a boom that shook the world. That moment, Xiao Wuji seemed to understand it. His hands kept banging on the drum. The boom sounded continuously, lifting a shocking wave. The drum beat 7 times before finally stopping. Then there was an 8th and 9th boom. A windstorm swept through the sky and the drum beat in everyone's ears. This was something many people couldn't do no matter how they tried. But to Xiao Wuji, it was insignificant. So scary. Many hearts trembled. They had to take a long time with any of these relics here, but it seemed so easy for Xiao Wuji. He seemed to lose interest again. Leaving this relic, he walked to the Mirror Mountain stone wall. This was the final point. How many noble images could Xiao Wuji create on the wall? The crowd watched as he closed his eyes. The next moment, a horrible fate rose up behind him. It transformed into various colors and bloomed wildly. At that moment, everyone stared, fixated on the image and the brilliant fate. Xiao Wuji had comprehended many noble intents. They were all independent, and this noble fate was of the upper level. Unparalleled in the ancient barren world, Tang Yi said as he looked at Xiao Wuji's noble fate. Even many with upper-level noble fate couldn't comprehend so many different intents like him. If he could choose the college, those old guys would definitely fight for him. To Tang Yi, it was highly possible Xiao Wuji would choose him. That was because he was from the college. At that moment, many noble figures of the Eastern Barren Territory used a magical mirror to show one figure. That figure was Xiao Wuji. At the same time, they also saw the scene at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. They were all interested. Chapter 200, Surpassed by None. Chapter 200, Surpassed by None. All cultivators of the noble plain in the Eastern Barren Territory had heard of Xiao Wuji's name. The disciples had told them many times about this man who'd broken many records in the ancient barren world. But the first time they met Xiao Wuji was at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Naturally, all forces were interested in someone who was known as the most talented of the young cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory. No one knew who he would choose. Now, all eyes were on Xiao Wuji at the top of Mirror Mountain. The horrible fate, hundreds of meters high, rushed into the stone wall. Then the wall turned transparent. A strange glow covered Xiao Wuji. What's inside the stone wall? Yi Futian asked Yi Wuchen out of curiosity. He'd heard that only Yi Wuchen had tried the Mirror Mountain stone wall before. There's a figure created by noble intent. It clashes and fights with your own intent, Yi Wuchen said. And it gets stronger. Whenever it defeats a noble, a new one will appear on the wall. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Yi Wuchen had defeated 2 nobles and failed with the third one. This meant that 2 nobles appeared on the stone wall. How many nobles could Xiao Wuji put onto the wall? Soon, a noble appeared on the smooth mirror-like wall, representing Xiao Wuji's accomplishments. So fast, everyone thought. Clearly, Xiao Wuji had defeated the opponent with extreme speed. After a while, a second noble gradually appeared. Everyone grew anticipatory. With the nobles of the Mirror Mountain stone wall, it grew more difficult as it progressed. It was already difficult to make 2 appear. Only the top figures could make a third appear. As for 4, only the most crazily talented ones of the Eastern Barren Territory could do it. How many could Xiao Wuji make appear? Gradually, a third noble flickered onto the stone wall. It glowed but wasn't solid yet before a terrifying glow enveloped Xiao Wuji. His black hair fluttered and he stood up straight. The noble figure on the stone wall trembled before finally solidifying. The moment that happened, a horrible light rushed into Xiao Wuji's body. According to rumors, when the third noble was imprinted onto the stone wall, the challenger could receive great benefits. It was the feedback from the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Xiao Wuji must have received it. After that, an even more terrifying light enveloped Xiao Wuji. He seemed to be trying again. A fourth noble figure flickered in and out. It was about to be carved onto the wall and something frightening appeared. At that moment, Xiao Wuji seemed to be enduring horrible pressure. His body started trembling. One could guess as to how terrifying the stone wall was. There were many people present but few had completed 3 noble figures. They'd experienced this scene before and understood what Xiao Wuji was going through. Finally, under that horrible sight, a 4th statue appeared. It was branded onto the Mirror Mountain stone wall. An even more dazzling light washed over Xiao Wuji. His entire body shone brightly and brilliantly. The fourth noble. Everyone's hearts trembled. This was the record of the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Only the best of the best had done this before and no one had surpassed them. So powerful. The people were shaken but Xiao Wuji continued to challenge. The situation at the Mirror Mountain stone wall couldn't be described as only frightening now. The strange phenomenon filled the sky, drowning everything. Xiao Wuji's mind was bearing incomprehensible pressure. Finally, there was a muffled sound and he retreated. He couldn't continue challenging. The Mirror Mountain stone wall shone brilliantly and gradually dimmed. The noble figures also disappeared gradually. Even though he had failed, no one looked down on him. They were all impressed. He beat 9 drums, left an 8-inch image on the wall, and easily comprehended 3 statues. If he continued, he could do even more. At the Mirror Mountain stone wall, he'd tied the record, making 4 noble images appear on the wall. This record was so amazing. He could be compared to any top figure without seeming weaker. In fact, he seemed even better. Wow, Yi Futian praised as well. Xiao Wuji was incredible. He didn't know about the others but Yi Wuqian could only make 2 images appear on the wall. Xiao Wuji had done 4. It was obvious how powerful he was. This was possibly also related to cultivation. Yi Wuqian was skilled with the sword but Xiao Wuji was a full attribute sorcerer. He had various types of noble intent and would naturally hold advantages while challenging. Even so, the talent Xiao Wuji displayed was already impressive enough. No wonder the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory all came for him. The witch Gu Biyue grinned at Yi Futian. Her senior brother was no weaker than Xiao Wuji. He was the type of talent that could command the skies and earth. The 5th noble will probably never appear on the Mirror Mountain stone wall, Xiao Wuji sighed. He turned slowly and looked at everyone. This was both his first and last visit to the top of the mountain. After this, he would choose a clan to join and try for the Arcana Plane. Will he choose a clan now? Everyone's eyes flashed in anticipation. Xiao Wuji, would you like to join the Royal Xian Temple? We will definitely give you the best treatment, a cultivator from the Royal Xian Temple said. Even though they weren't the most powerful, Xiao Wuji would be the center of attention if he joined. This was beneficial to him. The other groups all started speaking. However, the Futian Sword Clan, the Sword Saint Mountain, and Qianqiu Temple were Buddhist clans. The Moon Clan was female only. Many guessed that Xiao Wuji most likely would only choose between the Donghua clan and college. However, these 2 forces didn't hurriedly invite him. Xiao Wuji, if you join the Qin dynasty, we will allow a princess to marry you, a prince of the Qin dynasty said. Many hearts shook. The Qin dynasty was so aggressive. In order to get this talent, they were willing to make a princess marry below her class. This way, Xiao Wuji wouldn't have to worry about his status in the Qin dynasty. He would be part of the royalty. This was to remove his concerns. The Donghua clan is most suitable for your cultivation, Hua Qingqi said. I am from the college, Tang Yi said now. He spoke slowly. The college extends an invitation to you. Everyone was shaken. Was this the college's confidence? I am from the college. What kind of confidence was this? Countless eyes fell upon Xiao Wuji. What would he choose? Xiao Wuji gazed at everyone and slowly said, I choose the college. There was no hesitation in his voice. He chose the college. Clearly, he'd already decided beforehand. This was why the college was confident. They didn't have to say much. Tang Yi only said that he was from the college and invited Xiao Wuji. Now, Xiao Wuji agreed. Another top cultivator belonged to the college. A smile appeared in Tang Ye's eyes. He said, Welcome. Today, he came for Xiao Wuji and the visit was not wasted. Being able to witness this scene was indeed something to be happy about. The other forces all looked disappointed. Of course, the Donghua clan was the most disappointed. After all, they were the top contenders with the college. But this was Xiao Wuji's own choice. No one had forced him, so they could only accept it. Shall we go straight to the college? Tang Yi asked. Okay. Xiao Wuji nodded. He'd already prepared when he came. Then, let's go. Smiling brightly, Tang Yi said, after you. Xiao Wuji strode forward. Everyone subconsciously moved aside. They watched Xiao Wuji and Tang Yi leave together. The two walked to the edge of the Mirror Mountain and down the steps. Tang Yi had come for Xiao Wuji. Now, he left in satisfaction and there were no other problems. Hua Qingqi of Donghua clan looked disappointed. He glanced at Yi Futian's group and left too. They'd given Yi Futian a chance before. Since Yi Futian didn't want them, then whatever. The Sword Saint Mountain, Qianqiu Temple, and Moon Clan all left as well, disinterested. They'd all come for Xiao Wuji today. However, the Fuyun Sword Clan didn't leave. Li Doyan's expression was sharp as he looked to Yi Futian's group. He wasn't in a hurry. He'd wait for everyone to leave. In his eyes, Yi Futian was already dead. As if a banquet had ended, many people looked dazed and at a loss. It was so great, Gu Biyue said cheerily. Indeed. Yi Futian smiled. Then he started walking somewhere. Gu Biyue was confused. Where was he going? Yi Futian wordlessly walked to the battle drums, standing before the 9 drums. Boom. The first beat was soft. Everyone's eyes flashed at the sound and looked to Yi Futian. With Xiao Wuji's performance, did someone else want to try? It would be so boring in comparison. Boom. The second beat came. Even though everyone heard it, there was still no feeling. Boom, boom, boom. The third, fourth, and fifth beat came. The air started shaking as the beats became louder. Many people of the top forces were going down the steps beside Mirror Mountain. Hearing the drumbeats coming from the mountaintop, they were all shocked. Was someone still beating the drums? They paid no heed and continued descending. Boom, boom. Then the 6th and 7th beats came like thunder. On the stairs, Tang Yi smiled at Xiao Wuji. I wonder who is trying to compete with you. Boom. With the 8th beat, the air shook crazily as if struck with lightning. At the mountaintop, many people looked at Yi Futian. At the moment, his white robes fluttered and his long hair flew. Without stopping, he punched like a dragon. His fist beat onto the drumbeat was like a dragon's cry. Boom. The skies and earth shook together as the drum sounded for the 9th time. The scenery changed. Everyone at the mountaintop looked at Yi Futian, impressed. He was indeed talented. Tang Yi and the others on the steps heard this too. They paused slightly but smiled and continued down. 9 drumbeats were nice but not amazing. Standing before the battle drum, Yi Futian's clothing and hair flew in the wind. He raised his arm once again. Chapter 201, Those Who Know Me Understand My Arrogance. Chapter 201, Those Who Know Me Understand My Arrogance. At the top of the Mirror Mountain, countless eyes looked at Yi Futian, watching as he raised his arm once again. The 9 battle drums had sounded at once, shaking the skies and earth. What was he doing now? This time, Yi Futian's heart was as calm as still water. Powerful strength swept from the drums, rushing into his body. The intent power was terrifying. He could cultivate with this. Yuxing's noble intent had changed here, turning into mid-level noble fate. Yi Futian raised his arm again. Purple lightning cracked terrifyingly above and melded into the intent fate. A dragon's roar streamed faintly from his arm. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Futian's arm went to the drum. The drum sounded again. Boom! With that thunderous crack, the battle drum became one with the intent. In the sky, a dragon roared and lightning danced. It turned into a horrible thunderstorm that swept through the sky. The sky turned into a world of lightning and thunder. Dragons danced. Under this terrifying phenomenon, frightening lightning charged into Yi Futian's body. It bathed him, turning him into a god of thunder. The drums had sounded 10 times. Thunder and lightning had appeared. On the steps, those that were descending stopped. They looked up and saw a crack of lightning flash in the sky. Tang Yi stopped again. Seeing the phenomenon, he finally lost his cool. Who could make the drums beat 10 times? In addition to Tang Yi, many people stopped, trembling inwardly. Even Xiao Wuji was shocked by this scene. The 10th boom was louder than the previous 9. The lightning faded slowly, but the drum's boom still resounded throughout. At the mountaintop, everyone's expressions grew heavy. They gazed in the direction of the battle drums, staring at the white-clothed figure. Lightning washed over him and he seemed to be withstanding horrible pressure. His body was about to explode, his consciousness extinguishing. But he stood up straight as if he would never fall down. The drums quieted. But once the sound dissipated, it would begin again. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Futian raised his arm once again. This was the 11th time. Many hearts trembled at this moment. There was no longer lightning on Yi Futian's arms. Instead, it glowed brilliantly with golden light. He seemed to transform into a golden rock. Horrible intent rushed in and then his arm went to the battle drum. Boom! The 9 sides sounded at once. It was like a tidal wave crashing. Golden light shot up into the clouds. Another phenomenon was created, there seemed to be a golden rock spiral up. This sound beat directly in the hearts of many. The 11th time. Princess Lu Qinyu and Gu Biyue stared at the proud figure standing there. At that moment, he seemed to have become someone else. Just like when he played his Gu Qin, he was like a powerful emperor. Which was the true him, the him right now or the flirtatious one? Lu Qinyu thought of what Yi Wuqian had said and had a strange feeling. Mayhap. She still couldn't believe it, but the battle drums had really been beaten before her eyes. Lin Yueyao gazed at Yi Futian. Was this guy finally starting? As expected, those who had looked down on him would finally see what he was truly like. In the Futian crowd, Li Daoyun's eyes instantly sharpened. What was Yi Futian doing? Was he copying Xiao Wuji to join a top force? On the steps, Tang Yi looked to Xiao Wuji, who looked back at him. Go look? Tang Yi asked. Xiao Wuji nodded. They turned and strode upwards quickly. Not only them, many others also returned to the mountaintop. When they reached the top and stood at the edge of the mirror mountain, they saw the figure clearly. He was bathed in endless golden light and his body was about to be ripped apart and drowned in the windstorm. However, they could see who he was. It was Yi Futian, the one who didn't value the opportunity Hua Qingqi gave him. The one Tang Yi had said was a fanatic and idiot. Hua Qingqi and Tang Yi were both shocked. How could it be him? The people from the Qin dynasty and Royal Xian Temple were shocked and stunned as well. They'd vaguely heard about this person before. He'd robbed the Fuyun Sword clan cultivators of their fates and defeated Gu Biyue in musical sorcery, taking her in as a servant. His talent was stronger than expected. Could they have an unexpected result? At that time, they saw Yi Futian raise his arm again. He was going to hit the drum again. Even with the horrible attack earlier, he still didn't give up. At that time, Yi Futian clearly felt the terrifying feeling of his intent pouring out. At the same time, he realized how frightening it was to be bathed in this intent power. The 9 drums could sound 9 times, but after that was the true essence. At the peak of the Mirror Mountain, very few people could beat the battle drums 9 times. Those were the rare talents. Those who can hit more were extreme talents who had to endure unimaginable pressure, including Yu Sheng. Everyone also believed that 9 strikes were perfection. With this misunderstanding, who would continue with the 10th strike? Who could complete the 10th strike? As strong as he was, he could clearly feel the ripping feeling. He had to bear unbelievable pressure with the 10th strike. The 11th strike was about to destroy his intent. However, he still didn't give up. He couldn't give up. He had felt the great benefit and felt his intent transform. After the 9th strike, each boom was a storm of spiritual chi. Thus, he beat it a 12th time. There was another boom of thunder. The skies and earth shook as one, everyone's hearts trembled with the drums. This time, it was the flame intent. Thunder, gold, and fire. Everyone was shocked at how Yi Futian had already displayed so many elements. With each strike, he released a different element. Xiao Wuji was a full attribute sorcerer. Was Yi Futian one too? The raging flame intent charged into Yi Futian's body, trying to burn him. He protected himself with the Emperor's intent but was still under extreme pain. However, he remained standing. This was not only for cultivation. Why had he come to the ancient barren world? It was because his plane had been too low and he'd been too weak. Emperor Luo made him despair with just a command. He went to the Kangyi kingdom and was number 1 on the Fenghua rank. Afterward, he performed brilliantly in the Tingfeng banquet but Emperor Luo still wanted to kill him. Luo Junlin entered the royal Xian temple and became so powerful. Coincidentally, the ancient barren world opened at that time. Thus, he came. He couldn't wait. He stepped into the ancient barren world and kept advancing until he finally came to the barren city and to the top of the Mirror Mountain. He wanted to prove himself here, he wanted to choose a top force to join. Only this way would Emperor Luo lose all qualifications to be arrogant. Luo Junlin would never be able to act proudly before him. At the mountaintop, he was absolutely confident in himself. He was only waiting for the right time. And now, with all the top forces present, was the right time. However, Hua Qingqi had told him that he would not have another chance after that. Tang Yi of the college had called him an idiot who didn't know his place. In contrast, Xiao Wuji had shown and all the top forces had waited for him to choose a clan. He could choose any of the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. Since that was the case, Yi Futian would tell them all who he was. He wanted them to see his brilliance. Who could break Xiao Wuji's records? He could. He knew that everyone was watching him at this moment. Right now, his white robes fluttered and his long hair flew, complimenting him. He raised his arm again and uttered, "Those who know me, understand my arrogance." As soon as the words were spoken, the drums began to beat. The skies and earth shuddered and his sound waves swept through the heavens. "Those who know me understand my arrogance." His voice swept through, reverberating in everyone's ears, almost ingrained in their minds with the drumbeats. But this was still not the end. Yi Futian raised his arm again. "It is not a waste to abandon those who do not." Boom! The atrium shook and a horrible windstorm blew on everyone's bodies. It was so aggressive. Their clothes flapped while their hearts shook. That voice was too impressive. "Those who know me understand my arrogance. It is not a waste to abandon those who do not." He was so arrogant and powerful. He was Yi Futian. Was it over? No. Under his raised arm, the drumbeats filled the sky. The entire world shook and the figure seemed to be eternal. Finally, as the 16th drumbeat sounded, a horrifying intense storm charged at Yi Futian. The 9 drums trembled at the same time and some horrible intent poured into Yi Futian's mind. Boom! With a huge sound, the first drum shattered. Boom, boom, boom. There were continuous explosions. Under their shocked gazes, the 9 drums shattered one after another. Each explosion was heart-stopping. Finally, they shattered and turned to dust. Only that powerful figure remained standing. Light enveloped his body. At that moment, even Yi Futian's backside was so magnificent. Chapter 202, You are not qualified to understand my world. Chapter 202, You are not qualified to understand my world. The drums were cracked, but the drum beats continued reverberating throughout the air. Yi Futian's crazy sound still echoed through the minds of many. At the top of Mirror Mountain, Xiao Wuji had chosen his clan. He stepped onto the mountain for the first time today and revealed unsurpassable talent. He could easily communicate with statues of various elements, leave an image on the wall, beat the 9 drums, and make the noble images appear. Yi Futian beat the drums after Xiao Wuji. To many, he was overestimating his own ability. With Xiao Wuji's example, everyone would seem nondescript. They all thought that no one in the ancient barren world could have Xiao Wuji's talent. The glory he created could not be broken in a long while. Was it true? Before Xiao Wuji even left, Yi Futian used his actions to tell everyone that Xiao Wuji was not unmatchable. He had beaten the drums 16 times and created an abnormal phenomenon, causing the drums' intent to pour out and explode. The drums were now broken, but the record was for eternity. This was a true record. Xiao Wuji's record was able to be broken. Countless eyes looked at the silhouette. Yi Futian seemed to still be feeling the intent power pouring into him. His white robe fluttered without wind. Lu Qinyu had a strange look in her eyes. Servant? She glanced at Yi Wuchen beside her. He looked calm, as if he didn't find anything strange, as if this should happen. He must be completely confident, Lu Qinyu thought. Yi Wuchen believed that Yi Futian and Yu Xing's talent was above the top talent of the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian seemed to have proved Yi Wuchen's words from before. At least now, he'd definitely surpassed Xiao Wuji. Lu Qinyu looked over slowly towards where Tang Yi and Xiao Wuji were at. Tang Yi, the wild student of the college, had a strange look in his eyes. Hua Qingche was the same. Those who understand me will understand my arrogance. What is wrong with abandoning those who do not understand me? Was this the reply to them? It was indeed wild enough. You can continue after 9 drum beats. If you knew this, I'm sure you would do the same, Tang Yi said to Xiao Wuji beside him. Xiao Wuji glanced at the shattered battle drums. This was his first time to the Mirror Mountain and first time beating the drums. After the 9th sound, the drums on the 9 sides sounded together. The intent poured out and everything seemed complete. He didn't know one could continue. If he knew, he would have done so. How could he not do what the others could do? Of course. Xiao Wuji nodded. This was confidence in his own abilities, but the drums were broken so he couldn't prove it. Everyone heard him and nodded. Yi Futian had impressed them, but with Xiao Wuji's talent, he could probably do it too. Finally, Yi Futian moved. He rose slowly and walked in another direction. Seeing him, many eyes flashed. He was walking towards the image on the wall. Xiao Wuji had broken the record here. Was he? Many people felt strange. Was this guy repeating Xiao Wuji's steps? Was he serious? Did Yi Futian want to challenge Xiao Wuji? But that wasn't his intention. He'd come to Mirror Mountain to choose a clan. Xiao Wuji had set the precedent, so the easiest way for Yi Futian to reach his goal was to break Xiao Wuji's records. If he did so, no one could doubt him. Of course, perhaps this was just Yi Futian's excuse. His true reason was that he was pissed. He was pissed at Tang Ye's attitude as well as Hua Qingche. Earlier, he didn't refute the other. A vocal refutation meant nothing. What was stronger and simpler than actions? The Donghua clan and college had ignored him because they were fighting for Xiao Wuji. If that was the case, then he had something to show them. The image on the wall shone faintly. The stone was like a mirror. At this moment, Yi Futian stood before a huge boulder. At the mountaintop, everyone stared at him. He became the sole focal point. In reality, he'd taken the witch as a servant, so many people came for him. However, Xiao Wuji came to choose a clan and instantly stole the spotlight. In everyone's eyes, only Xiao Wuji existed. There was no room for anyone else. But now, Yi Futian once again was the center of attention. Could he break Xiao Wuji's record at the image on the wall? The stone glowed dimly and enveloped Yi Futian's body. At that moment, Yi Futian felt his intent get swallowed by the stone. That instant, Yi Futian felt countless intent, all from different strong cultivators. He picked up his feet and walked over. Instantly, countless intent flooded at him. He couldn't endure the extreme pressure for a moment. 1 inch for the image on the wall. Outside, many people saw Yi Futian's image appear, branded onto the stone. Yi Futian continued walking. Soon, the figure sank in 2 inches, 3 inches. At that moment, Yi Futian seemed to understand something. With every step forward, the pressure grew stronger. Not only did the pressure come from the stone's own intent, it also included the intent from people before. The stone tablet was very strange. If you wanted to leave an inch, you needed to face the intent of those who left an inch before. The further you went, the stronger the pressure. If you wanted to break the record, you had to overcome the intent everyone left in the image on the wall. That was why everyone who said that the deeper one's image was, the more terrifying the talent. Breaking the record was like surpassing the power of everyone's intent before him. Not too long later, Yi Futian's image was 7 inches. Many people's hearts trembled and grew nervous involuntarily. The witch Gu Biyue stared at Yi Futian without blinking. 7 inches was the record before Xiao Wuji. Now, Yi Futian had reached this step. How could he be so talented? It seemed that it wasn't embarrassing to lose to him. This guy was indeed terrifying. 7 inches. 1 more step and he'll be tied to Xiao Wuji. Everyone stared at Yi Futian. At this moment, he took another step. The stone tablet shone with frightening light as if endless intent flew violently at Yi Futian. But he didn't budge at all. Gradually, his image on the wall was 8 inches. He'd tied the record. He had once again done what Xiao Wuji had done. Tang Yi earlier said that Xiao Wuji was unparalleled in the ancient barren world. Was he really? Then what was the Yi Futian that he had embarrassed? Yi Futian didn't show any sign of leaving either. He lifted his foot again and stepped forward. He was about to carve his body into the stone. Yi Futian's image became 9 inches. Xiao Wuji's record was broken by Yi Futian within 2 hours. Everyone was speechless, they didn't know what to say. Even Xiao Wuji's eyes changed. He hadn't tried his hardest with the image on the wall, but Yi Futian had broken his record twice. It was already extremely frightening. Yi Futian was qualified to be seen at the same level as Xiao Wuji. He didn't think that someone else could be so powerful and not belong to any top force. Who is he? Xiao Wuji asked Tang Yi. He rarely cared about others, but he was interested in Yi Futian. Yi Futian, Tang Yi replied. After the 9 inches, Yi Futian stopped. It was enough to break the record. The stone tablet couldn't help him gain anything substantial. So this was enough. Yi Futian walked away from the stone tablet. He returned to the statue's area he'd been cultivating at. At this time, strands of sharp intent descended. The Futian sword clan walked over with Li Daoyun amongst them. They couldn't let Yi Futian continue. He'd already broken 2 records. The other forces were all interested. However, the only force that Yi Futian wouldn't join was the Futian sword clan. Li Daoyun had chopped off Yi Wuchen's arm. How could this hatred be dissolved? Seeing Li Daoyun walk over, Yi Wuchen and Lu Lan Shui walked before Yi Futian, blocking the Futian sword clan's path. Lu Chenyu and Lu Feiyang also stepped forward, stopping the clan. Seeing that the Futian sword clan was about to act, the various forces all walked over, approaching the statue's area. Tang Yi and Xiao Wuji walked closer too. Seeing Yi Futian stand before a flame statue, Tang Yi said, Xiao Wuji already reached the limit in this area. It's meaningless to communicate further. If you really want to compete, go prove yourself at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Tang Yi was clearly interested as well. He didn't feel disdain like before. Yi Futian looked over with a strange expression. Earlier, you said you don't like how I act, he said. But that's your business. Now, I really don't like you, so please shut up about my business. Everyone's eyes hardened. Yi Futian was replying to Tang Ye's aggressive words from before. Tang Ye's gaze hardened. He stared at Yi Futian and replied with a sneer, even if you're truly talented, the college is still the most suitable place for cultivation. What is the point of cutting off your own path because of your personal feelings? As a second plane Dharma, you made enemies with the Futian sword clan and took Gu Biyue in as a servant. Have you ever thought of the consequences? Is this not stupidity? He still didn't think he had said anything wrong. If Yi Futian didn't enter the college, it was his own loss. It had nothing to do with Tang Yi. Stupidity? Yi Futian ignored Tang Yi. He looked at the huge flame statue. Then powerful firelight came from the statue, quickly engulfing him. Then, just like Xiao Wuji earlier, Yi Futian melded into the flame statue's body to feel the sentiment inside the statue. He seemed to be proving that he could do what Xiao Wuji could do. But was that all? The flame statue grew wilder. The spiritual qi in the surrounding environment rushed violently into the statue. Yi Futian's body was completely melded into the statue as if he was part of it. A shocking flame aura flowed. The next moment, a pair of huge eyes flew open. Firelight shot out from those eyes, they were the statue's eyes. That moment, the statue's eyes were filled with vitality. They turned slowly to Xiao Wuji. The next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge statue actually moved. The enormous flame statue turned around and moved before Tang Yi. Then an extremely overbearing voice came out of the statue. You are not qualified to understand my world. Chapter 203, Burning Arm. Chapter 203, Burning Arm. A domineering yet impressive voice came out of the statue. It was Yi Futian's voice. At that moment, Tang Ye's expression grew uglier. He'd said that Xiao Wuji had gone to the limit and it was meaningless for Yi Futian to continue. However, had Xiao Wuji really gone to the limit? Then what was Yi Futian doing now? Xiao Wuji could comprehend the statue, but Yi Futian could control it. Tang Yi had called Yi Futian an idiot twice, but why? Yi Futian was in the second-level Dharma plane but had done things outside of his ability. He couldn't handle the Futian sword clan and couldn't anger the witch clan. These two forces could both kill him in the ancient barren world. So in his opinion, Yi Futian was an idiot. No one could refute him. Even though Yi Futian had displayed absolute brilliance, he still didn't think he said anything wrong. Yi Futian was an idiot. But now, Yi Futian had controlled the statue. Who could say that the Futian sword clan and witch clan could definitely kill him? Yi Futian's, you are not qualified to understand my world, was a slap to his face. Was Yi Futian an idiot or was he ignorant? Lu Qinyu and Gu Biyue were shocked, their hearts beating madly. Earlier, Xiao Wuji had quickly comprehended 3 statues consecutively and entered the statues to cultivate. They'd naturally thought that Xiao Wuji was better than Yi Futian. It was because Yi Futian had stayed longer in the area but didn't reach Xiao Wuji's level. Now, they finally understood why Yi Futian stayed in that area, studying each statue. He'd already tried quietly to control the statues, doing something no one had ever done without anyone realizing. They'd doubted his talent, but he already had ideas. He'd struck the battle drums 16 times and then they exploded. He'd left a 9-inch image on the wall, breaking the record. He could control the statues. Yi Futian had completely defeated Xiao Wuji in the 3 relics. Earlier, everyone was still shaken by Xiao Wuji's talent and thought that no one could surpass him. But after such a short period, someone walked out and was even more brilliant. The battle drums had shattered, his record was for eternity. He could directly control the statues. Who could surpass that? This was a true record, an unbeatable record. Countless eyes stared at the giant body of flames, their hearts shaking. Had someone more talented than Xiao Wuji truly appeared? And it was someone who'd been overlooked all this time, humiliated by Tang Yi. It was so ironic. The statue was still facing Tang Yi. It uttered, "Do not use your scale to measure me. You do not qualify." Tang Yi's expression grew uglier. He couldn't refute it. The things he'd said earlier were truly based off of his own mindset and level. It shouldn't be a problem, but the man before him now was an outlier. Also, you said I had cut off my own path. Are you sure you can represent the college? Yi Futian continued. Tang Yi paled considerably. Yi Futian's words had gone straight into his gut. His talent had surpassed Tang Yi and even Xiao Wuji. At this time, could Tang Yi really represent the college? Obviously not. If Yi Futian's performance at the Mirror Mountain stone wall was as impressive as in these three relics, if he would beat Xiao Wuji's record again, all the top forces would fight for him. What did it matter if Tang Yi disliked him at that time? Could Tang Yi represent the college? He had no right to choose Yi Futian. At that time, Yi Futian would be the one choosing, just like Xiao Wuji. In addition to Tang Yi, Li Daoyun also looked aghast. Back then in the ancient Lulan relic, he'd been so arrogant. He'd been so powerful and looked down at Yi Futian. But now, he saw the true Yi Futian. He definitely did not imagine that Yi Futian would be so powerful. None of the four strong cultivators at the Lulan relic had expected this. However, the other three forces only wanted to fight over the treasures and didn't have any deep rivalries. Li Daoyun, on the other hand, had taken Yi Wuqian's arm. With Yi Futian's talent, once he joined a top force, Li Daoyun would become his mortal enemy. Plus, Lu Qinyu had already sided with Yi Futian against him. He had pursued Lu Qinyu before. Even though she didn't answer him, there was still hope. Now, when he wanted to fight Yi Futian, Lu Qinyu had walked up and was full of cold animosity. Looking at that beautiful face, he sighed inwardly. When he gazed at Yi Futian, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "Let him come," Yi Futian said. Lu Qinyu and Lulan Shui glanced at the statue and moved aside. Li Daoyun's gaze shot towards the statue and stepped forward. With one step, he shot into the air and landed before Yi Futian. "You told me you're waiting for me. So it seems that this is your confidence," Li Daoyun said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't speak. The flame intent was to the extreme on the statue. "In the lower ancient barren world, the Dharma plane is the limit," Li Daoyun said. "Even if you can control the statue, your actual cultivation will only be the Dharma plane, but the power of the will isn't restricted. I have noble intent. I've fought against a true noble in the ancient Lulan relic. I'd like to see what you can do with this statue." "Enough," Yi Futian said. He understood what Li Daoyun was doing. There was a limit to the lower ancient barren world. No matter how powerful the statue was, it was the flame intent that was actually powerful. His statue's body could swallow the flame's spiritual qi in the world but would still be restricted to the Dharma plane. But wasn't it enough for him to be at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane? Li Daoyun stood atop his sword in the air. The sword qi filled the air. He was holding the ritual implement sword that he'd received in the Lulan relic. His sword started dancing and the skies changed. Powerful sword intent burst in his body. All the spiritual qi in the world converged, transforming into sword qi. Li Daoyun was very serious. His personality was wild, but seeing Yi Futian's talent, he didn't dare underestimate him. He used all his power. If he could, he would kill Yi Futian on the spot. He hadn't joined any force yet. If Yi Futian was killed, No one would be able to say anything. Various afterimages formed. Countless images of Li Daoyun appeared in the sword chi. It was like his Dharma's ability. The countless figures all wielded their swords at once and the sword chi strengthened. The windstorm was about to destroy everything. It seemed that only swords remained in that sky. Yi Futian's statue burst with horrible fire. It clenched its fists and its body burned furiously. It was like a furnace, able to melt the entire world. Li Daoyun finally moved. The countless afterimages moved together. At that moment, there seemed to be rivers of swords in the sky, flowing to Yi Futian. Li Daoyun guided the sword river forward. He floated lightly like a cloud but left behind the fatal swords. Boom! In the sky, horrible flames exploded, and wind blew through the sky. Countless flaming maple leaves appeared. They danced with the wind and swept towards Li Daoyun. With rustles, the horrible flaming maple leaves glowed with golden light. Like inextinguishable fire, they burned away Li Daoyun's afterimages to nothing. In the distance, the sky actually burned with golden fire. The world of fire created by the maple leaves engulfed the sword river, destroying it all. The statue's sorcery. Xiao Wuji's eyes flashed as he looked at the maple leaves. Many afterimages were burned but one was able to slice apart the sky. The maple leaves all died away under his sword. That was the true Li Daoyun, fighting his way over to Yi Futian's statue. A swordsman's close combat ability was honestly terrifying. But just then, Yi Futian closed his palms. The giant hands of his statues were extremely quick as if predicting the path of Li Daoyun's sword. The statue's hands closed around the sword. "You're gonna die," Li Daoyun uttered coldly. His sword was a ritual implement. How could Yi Futian capture it with his hands? Sword chi erupted, destroying everything. The furnace-like hands were about to shatter as well. His sword was the sharpest weapon in the world and it stabbed towards the statue. The palm crumbled bit by bit. At the same time, horrible fire crept onto Li Daoyun's arm. It kept going, about to seep into Li Daoyun's body. "Break!" Li Daoyun roared. The sword chi shattered the statue's arms and then angled up to the head. But almost simultaneously, his body suddenly lit up with countless fire prints. They were like holy fire and pain arrived. His body was about to burn up. His sword-wielding hand trembled and his arm shone with golden flames. His face paled. Instead of continuing the attack, he chose to retreat decisively. In this battle, he would kill if he could. If he couldn't he would retreat. There was no reason to fight to the death. "Give me an arm," Yi Futian said coldly. The statue's eyes were just like his own. Horrible fire intent shot out from those strange fiery pupils. Then Li Daoyun's arm seemed to set on fire. An ancient fire rune appeared. "Ah!" There was a horrible pained cry. The sword in Li Daoyun's hands fell shakily. He stared at his right arm. It was burning without stop. Chapter 204, Arrived. Chapter 204, Arrived. The arm burned to nothing in the fire. Li Daoyun screamed endlessly. If it was a sword, it would only be an instant of pain, but his arm was burning down bit by bit. The pain was unimaginable. When the flame extinguished, Li Daoyun's sword intent went wild. His eyes were crazed. The people of the Futian sword clan all came up to him. Sword intent swept over, crushing towards Yi Futian. The spectators were all shocked, their hearts trembling. No wonder Yi Futian was reckless. After melding into the statue, he'd already possessed the top ability of the Dharma plane. Li Daoyun wasn't the strongest of the Futian sword clan but he was still reputable. Only a few clan members of the same age could surpass him. His talent was undeniable but he was forced to burn his arm. The statue's eyes seemed to be Yi Futian's. It glanced at Li Daoyun and said coldly, "You are so weak. How dare you act so manic?" Li Daoyun looked up. Sword intent shot out from his eyes. He glared at the figure before him. Back then in the Lulan relic, he'd been so domineering and would never have thought of this scene. The Futian sword clan's disciples went forward. Sword intent filled the sky. Yi Futian's gaze swept past everyone and he said coldly, Li Daoyun damaged my brother's arm in the ancient barren world, so I took my revenge. If you want to kill me, then try. If you can't, don't blame me. As soon as he finished, terrifying fire spiritual chi converged on that arm. The statue's hands that had been chopped off by the sword aura were reborn, created by pure fire spiritual chi. Feeling the terrifying flame intent, the Futian sword clan all looked uncomfortable. Amongst those who had come, Li Daoyun was the strongest, but his arm was burned easily. The others were even weaker than Yi Futian. Let's go, Li Daoyun uttered. He lifted the sword with his right and turned to leave. The other clansmen stared deeply at Yi Futian and then left with Li Daoyun. Li Daoqing looked the worse. He'd definitely never imagined that the one he called a slave would humiliate the Futian clan and burn his brother's arm. If Yi Futian chose to join a strong force, this revenge would be difficult. Seeing the Futian sword clan leave, Yi Futian returned to the statue. Then he walked out. Everyone looked at his handsome features and extraordinary temperament a bit differently now. Before, Yi Futian was an extremely talented but overconfident genius. Now, he was a top genius, equal to Xiao Wuji. After a few years, he would enter a higher plane and could compete with the top geniuses of all the top forces. No one spoke. Yi Futian had gone through Xiao Wuji's 3 main relics and had surpassed him in all. Now, only the Mirror Mountain stone wall remained. Everyone waited quietly. They wanted to see just how many noble figures Yi Futian could display at the wall. At this time, all the important figures of the various forces could witness his talent. However, after a while, they discovered that Yi Futian actually sat down before another figure and started cultivating. There was no sign of him going to the stone wall. Everyone had a strange expression. All of the people on the mountain were waiting for him to display his talent, but now he was cultivating. Gu Biyue blinked and gaped at Yi Futian. Yu Sheng was embarrassed. This guy was doing it again. Even Yu Sheng couldn't stand it. He was too shameless. Everyone waited, but Yi Futian continued his cultivation as if he didn't know. Many grew impatient. This guy was breaking Xiao Wuji's record. Halfway through, only the stone wall, the most important part, was left, but he stopped to cultivate. What did this mean? What's going on? Lu Feiyang, prince of the Lu kingdom, asked his sister. Lu Qinyu's eyes flashed. I don't know. With that, she glanced at Yi Wuqian in confusion. Don't look at me, Yi Wuqian said, walking forward. Just get used to it. The Lu siblings blanched. Lu Qinyu glanced at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Now, she was wondering if Yi Wuqian's words from before were true. Qinyu, Lu Feiyang whispered. How is your relationship with them? A strange look flashed past Lu Qinyu's eyes. Actually, we've just met, but the impression is good. Thinking of the talent Yi Futian had displayed, she said, but what you're thinking might be difficult. We can at least be friends. She naturally understood Lu Feiyang. He wanted to bring Yi Futian into the kingdom. With Yi Futian's current talent, even if he couldn't surpass Xiao Wuji on the stone wall, it would be enough if he could make 3 figures appear. It was highly possible he could make 4 appear. After that, he could choose any of the forces. Hua Qingqi of the Donghua clan and Tang Yi of the college had all looked down on him. But just as what Yi Futian had told Tang Yi, if he was talented enough, Hua Qingqi and Tang Yi wouldn't be able to represent the 2 forces. Didn't you say one of them can become the princess's bride? Lu Qinyu's servant muttered. Lu Feiyang gaped at his sister. Lu Cheney glared at her servant, making the girl retreat in fear. Don't overthink. Lu Qinyu stared at her brother. What was he thinking? I think we can consider it. Lu Feiyang laughed. Which one do you like? Lu Chenyu blushed and glared at Lu Feiyang. Won't you try the stone wall? Is it fun to make everyone wait for you? Xiao Wuji suddenly said. He'd been waiting for a long while now, but Yi Futian hadn't done anything. Yi Futian had beaten him on all 3 relic areas. He wanted to see just what Yi Futian could do at the stone wall. However, Yi Futian had started cultivating without showing any sign of wanting to go to the wall. Everyone gazed towards Yi Futian. They'd been asking this too. Yi Futian glanced over at Xiao Wuji a bit strangely. Did I tell you to wait? Xiao Wuji blanched. He stared at Yi Futian but couldn't reply. Many people looked between them. They all had an arrogant tone. The simple phrase felt like a challenge. But Yi Futian's actions were clearly obvious. How come his words were irrefutable? He really didn't make anyone wait. In fact, he didn't even say he was going to the Mirror Mountain stone wall. But after beating Xiao Wuji's records at the 3 relics, everyone thought he would naturally go to the stone wall. But now it seemed that Yi Futian didn't think that way. Did he not want to challenge Xiao Wuji? Or was he not confident enough to beat Xiao Wuji at the stone wall, so he wanted to cultivate and improve first? Let's go, Xiao Wuji said indifferently. He turned to leave. He had no interest in playing with Yi Futian. Tang Yi stared deeply at Yi Futian and left too. Everyone's eyes flashed. All geniuses were proud, and Xiao Wuji obviously didn't feel like being used to make Yi Futian look better in comparison. What right did Yi Futian have to make him wait? It seems that I've underestimated you. Are you interested in joining the Donghua clan? Hua Qingqi invited. Even if Yi Futian didn't pass the stone wall test, the talent he displayed was enough. I haven't thought about it, Yi Futian replied with a smile. Okay. Hua Qingqi nodded without saying more. Everyone thought that Yi Futian hadn't decided to choose a clan today. They started cultivating throughout the relic and stopped looking at Yi Futian. Some people left, but people from each force remained. As for Yi Futian's group, they cultivated without distractions. There were so many relics on the mountaintop. It was enough for them to cultivate for a while and improve themselves. Other than Yi Futian, Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen were able to improve too. The days passed. Yi Futian's group improved bit by bit. Countless months later, they'd all risen in stage. Yi Wuchen had crossed into the 6th level Dharma plane. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had entered the 3rd level. The mountaintop was always busy during these days. People kept coming to see the legendary figures who endlessly broke records. You've studied all the relics here. Are you still not planning on going to the stone wall? Gu Biyue asked Yi Futian now. What are you in a hurry for? Yi Futian asked, looking at her. The witch had been very obedient these past days and always stayed by his side. When people from the witch clan came, she would make them leave. I want to bring you into the witch clan, Gu Biyue said, smiling. Her eyes were mesmerizing. What's so good about the witch clan? Yi Futian asked. Both the Donghua clan and college were better than the witch clan. In fact, even the Lu kingdom was more promising. Me. Gu Biyue smiled gorgeously and said, if you join, I'll serve you forever. How about that? Yi Futian looked at her mesmerizing eyes and said indifferently, fulfill your duties as a servant and don't overthink. Beauty traps weren't effective on him. Gu Biyue looked at him with resentment. She looked hurt and pitiful. At that time, a group came to the Mirror Mountain from the barren city. The people in the front weren't too powerful but had an extraordinary temperament. One of the girls, especially, covered her face, but everyone could tell from her aura and figure that she was definitely a beauty. There was a small smile in her eyes. She'd finally found information on that guy. He'd made such a big commotion in the barren city. Chapter 205, Lethality. Chapter 205, lethality. This group of newcomers consisted of Hua Jiayu and others from the Kangyi kingdom. After setting foot into the ancient barren world from the 100 Lands, they had experienced quite a lot on their journey. Sometimes they asked around for information on Yi Futian, sometimes they cultivated. They had come across many relic sites on their way and had managed to keep a low profile while becoming enlightened. After all, they were in a place like the ancient barren world, and though their group wasn't small, they couldn't be too confident when being compared to the prodigies from all over the eastern barren territory. However, Yi Futian was as high profile as ever, causing a commotion everywhere he went. He had even made quite a name for himself in a place like the heart of the ancient barren world, the barren city. Yi Futian sure is a remarkable fellow. Barren City is where all the powerful cultivators from the central district of the eastern barren territory are gathered, and he actually managed to stir up a storm on Mirror Mountain. His talents are wasted in a place like the 100 Lands, Yi Danchen said as he smiled bitterly, thinking of the information they acquired earlier. They knew Yi Futian was powerful, but they had no idea he was this freakishly powerful. Jiayu, your worries have been for nothing. He's doing just fine. Yi Lingxi smiled. Hua Jiayu nodded her head lightly with smiling eyes. I heard he took in the witch as his servant, so of course, he's doing good. Everyone says she's extremely beautiful. She's just a servant. Don't think too much about it, Jiayu. Yi Lingxi felt something was off, like Hua Jiayu had a deeper meaning behind her words. At this time, Yi Danchen kept his mouth shut and silently prayed for Yi Futian. There's no helping him. Who told him to have so much fun out there? I'm not thinking too much, Hua Jiayu replied with a smile. Yi Lingxi's eyes flickered and she thought to herself, this is the best I can do. Yi Futian better wish for the best. The group continued forward, getting closer to Mirror Mountain. They could already faintly see the ancient mountain in the barren city. Meanwhile, Yi Futian had absolutely no idea. He was still cultivating quietly with beautiful girls around him. Lulan Shui was also cultivating. Lin Yueya would look over at him every now and then. And then, there was the witch who stuck to him, flirting from time to time. Yi Futian was not tempted by her at all. A person as pure as Yi Futian would definitely not be thinking about other girls. Although, he did enjoy the special treatment. After all, it was part of her job as his servant. At the top of Mirror Mountain, many people would turn their attention over to Yi Futian occasionally. It had been days and still nothing from him. Was he really not planning on heading over to the mountain's stone wall to show off his powers? What on earth could be going on inside this guy's head? Presently, there were disciples of many top powers who had decided to stay and cultivate with him. All of them were inwardly cursing Yi Futian for being a jerk. Just then, a figure arrived beside Yi Futian. It was Lulan Shui. Gu Biyue looked at the silver-haired ice beauty. She already knew that she was the virgin of ancient Lulan. Despite her identity, Lulan Shui was still willing to follow beside Yi Futian. Do you need something? Yi Futian asked when he noticed the girl next to him. Lulan Shui nodded. I've been observing that water elemental statue over there for the past days but can never manage to control it. How did you do it? Yi Futian was surprised by her question. How eager to learn. If it's an inconvenience to you then forget it, said Lulan Shui. Have you tried to guide and control the will within? Asked Yi Futian. What he was talking about was not an easy task. Aside from himself, there may not have been anyone else in the ancient barren world who could do so. Lulan Shui looked stunned. Of course, she had tried, but how was it actually possible? The will contained within every statue was incredibly powerful. They were all pure noble wills. Although she had also acquired noble will through enlightenment, to suppress and even control the statue's own will was close to impossible. You can control the statue's will. Gu Biyue walked closer to join their conversation. Aren't you being a little nosy? Glared Yi Futian. This servant was such a headache. Can't you learn to be nicer to women? Asked Gu Biyue, looking oh so pitiful. She made it look as if she had been wronged, but Yi Futian simply ignored her. He was used to her antics. Just then, a group of people made their way up the steps of Mirror Mountain. They immediately attracted tons of attention. The ones in the front of the group had a special aura around them. Could they be from a great power? Over there, a young man in the front of the group said after his attention fell on a certain location. The entire group turned in that direction, Yi Futian's direction. Right now, Yi Futian had two beautiful girls on either side of him. Lulan Shui was cold like ice and the witch, Gu Biyue, was passionate and warm. Two completely different auras but both equally beautiful. Yi Futian had yet to see the situation on the stairs. There were always people coming up Mirror Mountain, he did not pay it any attention. Yi Lingxi noticed the scene ahead and a look crossed her face. She snuck a peek at the veiled female beside her. Trouble's coming, thought Yi Danchen as he prayed for Yi Futian. Big trouble. Hua Jieyu lifted her feet and headed toward Yi Futian. Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi exchanged glances and scurried after her. Seeing that the group was headed in Yi Futian's direction, many people went into discussion. Had they come for Yi Futian? The female leading the group had a veil hiding her face. Her eyes were beautiful and her body was curvaceous. Could they have been sent by some great power to recruit Yi Futian? Yu Xing's eyes drifted in their direction and noticed the group. He saw Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi, then, Hua Jieyu. He took huge steps to arrive next to Yi Futian and stood. He cleared his throat. Yi Futian looked over at Yu Sheng and asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Sheng tried to send him a signal through his eyes. Yi Futian looked confused. What the hell was wrong with this guy? Who could have arrived to make him act like this? What was the big deal? His eyes drifted over slowly and finally saw the group coming their way. He shivered and then jumped up in surprise. On the inside, he was cursing at Yu Sheng. That jerk. Couldn't he have given him a heads up? He then turned to Ai Lulan Shui and the witch, Gu Biyue. They were still standing next to him. He was screwed. Was this really his fault though? It was purely a coincidence. The witch was a smart girl, so she picked up on Yi Futian and Yu Xing's odd reactions immediately. Something was up. If these were people from some great power, there was no way Yi Futian would react like this. He had actually jumped. Really quickly too. Everyone thought that this was abnormal. Who were these people? Whether it had been Xiao Wuji or Tang Yi of the college, the arrogant Yi Futian never cared. He even burned one of Li Daoyun's arms. What kind of person would scare him so much that he would jump up in the air like that? Hua Jieyu finally stopped at a spot not too far from Yi Futian. Her beautiful eyes glanced over at Lulan Shui and Gu Biyue. There seemed to be a hint of bitterness in her eyes, which then landed on Yi Futian. Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi stood behind Hua Jieyu. They stood quietly and looked over at Yi Futian. They thought, "We can't help you now." The way Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu was like a criminal waiting for judgment. However, he stopped and thought a little more. It didn't seem like he had done anything wrong. Shouldn't he be happy to see Fox again? Why was he feeling guilty? What brings you here? Yi Futian asked in a gentle tone and a smile after giving the situation some thought. She had traveled so far to enter the ancient barren world and stand here in front of him. It could not have been easy. Hua Jieyu continued to stare at him without a word. Yi Futian immediately felt guilty again. "Sis-in-law, this is a misunderstanding." "They were the ones who wanted to follow Futian," said Yu Sheng. Everyone at the top of the mountain was silent. They finally understood why the atmosphere had gotten so weird. So, this was why. Caught red-handed. Many people looked happy to see Yi Futian like this. Wasn't he an arrogant guy? So, even knows what fear is. But what did Yu Sheng mean? They wanted to follow Yi Futian. He was completely throwing Lulan Shui and Gu Biyue under the bus. Who would have thought the witch of the Witch clan would end up in such a sad situation? To throw herself at a man. Both Gu Biyue and Lulan Shui had strange looks in their eyes. Back in ancient Lulan, Lulan Shui's mother had tried to give Yi Futian her hand in marriage and he said there was someone he was in love with. Was this her? Lin Yueyao was standing in the back, so she was okay, but Yu Xing's words had her feeling like a mess. He didn't count her into the equation, did he? So pitiful. So, you already have a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me? Right at that moment, the witch, Gu Biyue, opened her mouth. She looked at Yi Futian with puppy dog eyes, making her look like an innocent, young girl who had been deceived. Hearing Gu Biyue's words, Yi Futian really had the urge to punch her. Everyone around was already praying for Yi Futian. A beauty like Gu Biyue had revealed such an expression. It had everyone wrapped around her finger. They couldn't withstand her charm. How was Yi Futian going to explain himself? Hua Jieyu glanced at Gu Biyue and then lifted her hand to remove the veil, revealing the perfection that was her face. As soon as everyone saw that face, they were dazed. Beautiful. Unspeakable beauty. A priceless jade with no flaws. Around Yi Futian, whether it was Gu Biyue or Lulan Shui, even Lin Yueyao, were all top-level beauties, but the moment Hua Jieyu unveiled her face, she became the one and only female lead. After seeing that face, everyone turned to look at Yi Futian with envy. Not only did he have all these beautiful girls around him, he had a girl whose beauty could cause the downfall of a nation waiting for him back home. What a monster! Gu Biyue and Lulan Shui were also dazed. Was this the reason why it never worked to use their beauty against him? Hua Jieyu's eyes looked so delicate. She looked at Yi Futian and stepped toward him. Arriving by his side, she continued to look him in the eyes. There was no storm like everyone had anticipated. She spoke to him with a soft, gentle voice. I missed you. This one sentence trumped all the words in the world. Her voice was so gentle, it could break the hearts of all men. She was plucking at everyone's heartstrings. Hearing her gentle voice and seeing those love-filled eyes so close, Yi Futian's heart had already melted. He actually began to feel ashamed, despite not doing anything bad. I missed you. This simple phrase was more lethal than all the words in the world. Chapter 206, Murderous Intent of the Royal Xian Temple. Chapter 206, Murderous Intent of the Royal Xian Temple. At the mountaintop, countless eyes looked to that horribly beautiful figure. That gentle voice even softened their hearts. How could Yi Futian get with other girls when he had someone like her? Everyone looked at Yi Futian in jealousy and envy. But seeing Yi Futian's handsome face and his talent, they actually seemed to fit each other. It was as if they were born to be together. When Lulan Shui saw this, she lowered her head slightly. Her mother had said that the feelings would develop over time. Men were disloyal and she was so amazing. Yi Futian would quickly forget about the girl he loved. She didn't think anything at the time but vaguely felt that her mother was right. But now, Lulan Shui realized her mother was wrong. The girl that he loved was much, much better than her mother had imagined. No wonder he refused no matter how she forced him to marry Lulan Shui. Behind Hua Jieyu, Yi Lingxi, and Yi Danqin exchanged glances. The scene they'd imagined didn't happen. Instead, Hua Jieyu's gentle voice melted everyone. Yi Lingxi smiled faintly. Perhaps only someone like Hua Jieyu could control Yi Futian. Yi Futian gazed at the pretty eyes right before him. His heart had melted. Reaching out, he cupped Hua Jieyu's face in his hands. I missed you too. He was speaking the truth. He'd prepared to finish everything before the end of the year and return to Kangyi but didn't expect that Jieyu would take the risk and come to find him in the ancient barren world. Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly and glowed brilliantly. She looked to the side at Gu Biyue and Lulan Shui. Then she lowered her head as if feeling bad. Did I do something wrong? She raised her head slowly and gazed imploringly. No. Yi Futian felt tenderness from the bottom of his heart at Hua Jieyu's appearance. Oh. Hua Jieyu seemed to get over it. Smiling brightly, she said, then tell me whatever you want to do and I'll agree. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and looked to Gu Biyue. She's Gu Biyue. She lost to me in a challenge and agreed to be my servant, but she's not obedient. Don't mind what she just said. She did it on purpose. Oh, you don't have to explain. I trust you, Hua Jieyu said gently. Gu Biyue looked at Hua Jieyu. She suddenly understood why her beauty trap always failed. It wasn't that she wasn't attractive enough, but that someone else was too foxy. You're not needed anymore. Forget about the challenge. You may leave, Yi Futian said to her. Gu Biyue looked at him pitifully. You're going to abandon me just like this? Get out. Yi Futian's face darkened. Was she causing trouble purposefully? Gu Biyue smirked and said to him, fine. You win. Then she walked away, but not before glancing at Hua Jieyu. I met Lulan Shue at Lulan City. We partnered up while in the relic. I met Lin Yueyao long ago at the Qianmeng city and trained together in the ancient barren world. Yi Futian explained everything honestly. Okay. Hua Jieyu smiled gently and said, I heard that there are a lot of noble relics here. I saw many on the road these days and improved a bit. Teach me. All right. Yi Futian nodded and said, these statues contain intent of various elements. Each one represents a different element. Do you have noble fate yet? If not, we can go somewhere else to take it. Almost. I went through the noble grotto in the Qianmeng area. I heard you three caused quite a stir there. Hua Jieyu grinned. Did you go onto the corridor? Yi Futian asked. Yeah. Hua Jieyu nodded. My fox is so talented. Yi Futian chuckled. Let's go somewhere else to get the fate and then return here. Whatever you say, Hua Jieyu replied. They held hands and walked away to cultivate at another relic. Everyone stared at them, speechless. Were they in their own world? Yu Xing looked at all of them. He was quite calm since he was used to it. Lu Chenyu had an odd look. Was this one thing against another? Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu really went to cultivate somewhere. Yi Futian guided and helped Hua Jieyu comprehend. Gu Biyue and Lin Yueyao watched this with resentment. The difference was so big. No one had ever been treated like this before. Did he see us? Yi Danchen asked Yi Lingxi. Of course, Yi Lingxi said, chuckling. But he doesn't have time to talk to us. Yi Danchen was annoyed. They'd come so far. It wasn't easy. But then he was overlooked. Yi Futian didn't even greet them. Yi Danchen was so sad. Ugh, let's go cultivate too. There are many relics here, he said, sighing. He couldn't expect to be treated like Hua Jieyu. He could only cultivate alone. Many people had been watching Yi Futian cultivate alone and waited quietly. In the following days, they started watching him cultivate with Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu's life spirit had evolved and become stronger with the Imperial Advisor's help. Her talent had upgraded as well. As a full attribute mandate sorcerer that focused on spiritual sorcery, she could comprehend all sorts of relics. With Yi Futian's help, she quickly created noble fate. Of course, this was because she also accumulated much fate before. But to Yi Futian, this wasn't enough. He continued to help Hua Jieyu, bringing her to various statues. She could comprehend all types of intent and improved every day. In addition, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and everyone else were all improving and getting stronger. Time continued to pass by. The commotion created by Yi Futian and Xiao Wuji gradually calmed down. Fewer and fewer people mentioned it. Yi Futian was busy with his girlfriend and didn't think about the Mirror Mountain stone wall. When did he plan on choosing a clan? The majestic royal Xian temple in the eastern barren territory seemed to be in the clouds. At the moment, a young man stood at the edge of a pavilion with his hands behind his back. He watched the rolling clouds. One could see far if one stood up high. Standing in the royal Xian temple and looking down, one's heart would feel more open. One would feel mighty. "Junlin, what are you doing?" a gentle voice said. The young man looked over and saw a beautiful girl walk towards him. She looked at the man gently. Thinking of something, the man said, "You've just come out of seclusion and broke into a new plane. What is there to be worried about?" The girl smiled tenderly. The young man was Luo Junlin, crown prince of the Nanda nation. After coming to cultivate at the royal Xian temple, he grew uninterested in his position as prince. Even though the position belonged to him and everyone in Nanda knew, he could give it away. The outside world was so incredible. In this mighty era, all forces in the eastern barren territory were fighting each other. Talents were everywhere. Being the emperor didn't satisfy him anymore. As an emperor, he would be in a high position and could do whatever he wanted. However, it was meaningless to enjoy that authority and glory. He didn't want it. Now, he'd already entered the Arcana plane and would soon enter the Noble plane. The Nanda nation was nothing to him. Luo Junlin embraced the girl while still looking at the sea of clouds. He murmured, "I wish to return at the end of the year. I can't be assured unless some things are taken care of. Is it still that matter?" The girl gazed at him and said, "What about someone in the glory plane can worry you? Just kill him. He's quite talented. Now that the ancient barren world is open, he may possibly cultivate and snatch the noble fate. He'll be taken in by some top force," Luo Junlin said. This was why he came to the royal Xian temple. No matter how talented he is, you don't have to worry even if he's lucky to enter a top force. The girl smiled. "If you really are worried, I can ask my father to let me bring some men with me on a trip. How can a small country's emperor stop me? Don't disturb him because of my personal matters." "I'll go back myself this time," Luo Junlin said. "Then I'll tell my father that I'll go with and have a senior go too." "We can help you," she said gently. "Will master agree?" Luo Junlin was unsure. "Father loves you. He'll definitely agree. When you enter the noble plane, we'll be married. I'll go see your family this time. Father won't refuse." The girl grinned and Luo Junlin nodded. "Thank you, but if he doesn't agree, then just forget it." "He won't." The girl leaned into Luo Junlin's arms. He continued staring at the clouds, sharpness flashing past his eyes. He thought of the arrogant figures at the Tingfeng banquet. How were they now? Were they in the ancient barren world now? With their talents, they could become powerful after cultivating a bit more. Sadly, they wouldn't have the chance to mature. This time, he would end this matter before anything could happen. He would kill the threat before it could be born. Ever since he entered the royal Xian temple, he moved forward furiously. He cultivated madly and even won over his master's daughter. There were too many powerful cultivators at the royal Xian temple. If he wanted to climb higher than the others, he must work harder. After countless months of secluded cultivation, he'd entered the Arcana plane. He was one step closer to becoming a noble. Chapter 207, In the Name of Kangyi. Chapter 207, In the Name of Kangyi. It was only natural that Yi Futian had no clue about Luo Junlin's murderous intent all the way at the royal Xian temple. But then again, taking care of him was the main reason why Yi Futian wanted to join a powerful force in the ancient barren world. Having Luo Junlin in the royal Xian palace was a threat, after all. Especially to the Kangyi kingdom. Yi Futian owed Emperor Yi so much, he would not allow the kingdom to fall into danger. On the top of Mirror Mountain were many relics. These past days were spent accompanying Hua Jieyu. With Yi Futian guiding her enlightenment by the relic statues, her fate strengthened tremendously. Then again, she was highly gifted to begin with. She was also a full attribute sorcerer and could comprehend all the different elemental statues. Otherwise, she would not have had any improvements even with Yi Futian helping her. During these past days, more people had left. They could not keep waiting. They thought Yi Futian would probably do what Xiao Wuji did and make an announcement before choosing a force. That way, at least the different powers could prepare and head for Mirror Mountain. Presently, things were quiet on the mountain. The wind blew and the sunlight was warm. Many people cultivated by themselves. Just then, a figure headed for the stone wall quietly. Someone noticed the figure and widened their eyes in surprise. It's him. Did he want to try the Mirror Mountain stone wall again? Lu Qinyu had a glint in her eyes as they followed the figure. It was Yi Wuchen. Others had not taken notice, but just a while ago, she saw Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen speaking. And right after that, Yi Wuchen headed for the stone wall. What did it mean? Lu Qinyu's eyes were trained in the direction of the Mirror Mountain stone wall. She watched as Yi Wuchen sat down on the ground in front of the wall and released his fate. Why does his sword will feel so different from that of others? So terrifying. At this point, everyone was dazed by Yi Wuchen as the area around his released fate seemingly filled with a force of formless swords, giving off a dangerous feel. Yi Futian was not surprised by this. Yi Wuchen was not only a swordsman, he was also a spiritual sorcerer. His life spirit was a small silver sword, a natural-born swordsman. Cultivating with comprehended will was associated with the element of spirit. Yi Wuchen was enlightened with sword will and was able to combine his will, fate, and spiritual energy. The noble will which he possessed was different from that of others. It was more powerful. Even his formless spiritual sword intent had extreme attack powers. If his opponent did not have noble will, Yi Wuchen would easily be able to destroy them even if they were in higher levels. Although Yi Wuchen only had mid-level noble will, he was definitely no weaker than a cultivator with upper-level noble will. After Yi Wuchen acquired the fate of the noble from his ritual implement, he also absorbed the fates of multiple powerful cultivators from the Futian sword clan. Right now, the Mirror Mountain stone wall looked almost transparent once again. A formless force encapsulated Yi Wuchen's body. Gradually, more and more people took notice and turned their attention to him. Yi Wuchen was going to challenge the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi were also looking over. This cousin of theirs had been cultivating alongside Yi Futian in the ancient barren world and they had no idea what level he was at now. Slowly, one noble figure appeared on the stone wall. Nobody was surprised by this. When Yi Wuchen had come in front of the stone wall months ago, two noble figures had already appeared. And then, just as everyone expected, the second noble figure appeared. Can he challenge three? Everyone's eyes sparkled as they watched on. Lu Qinyu's eyes were glued in Yi Wuchen's direction, full of anticipation. Although it seemed like the chances for a third figure to appear were slim, Yi Wuchen had already improved greatly since his last attempt. He was in a higher level of cultivation so it would not be completely impossible. The force field remained over Yi Wuchen. The stone wall released a bright shining light. There was a faint figure of another noble which caused all spectators to become extremely nervous. Their eyes were stuck on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. A crazy force of will erupted from Yi Wuchen and filled the entire area with sword qi. The figure on the wall became clearer and clearer until it was completely opaque, so real that it was as if the figure was imprinted on the stone wall. The third noble figure had appeared. So powerful. The onlookers stared at Yi Wuchen. Everyone had previously focused solely on Yi Futian and seemed to have neglected those around him. This one-armed swordsman was terrifyingly gifted. In the ancient barren world, only those who were freakishly powerful had been able to make four noble figures appear on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. However, there were also very few people who were able to make three figures appear, so to do so was already an impressive feat and now, Yi Wuchen had done it. An invisible force was emitted from the wall and entered into Yi Wuchen. He remained unmoved, still wanting to challenge the fourth noble figure. As all the spectators focused on the wall, the faint image of the fourth figure came and went. Finally, Yi Wuqian sighed when that faint image of the noble figure never showed itself completely. But that did not change the looks of amazement people had when they looked at Yi Wuqian. "Qinyu, it seems like you two have a pretty good relationship," Lu Feiyang teased his sister beside him. "Don't think too much of it." Lu Qinyu did not feel like humoring her brother. He just made it to the 6th level Dharma plane. "There's still so much potential," said Lu Fengyang. "Plus, his looks and the aura around him are also outstanding." Lu Qinyu was speechless. Were there really older brothers like him? What was the meaning behind his words? The light still shone on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Yi Wuqian stood there looking at it. A little while later, he spoke, "The 100 Lands, Kangyi Kingdom, Yi Wuqian." After introducing himself, he turned and left the stone wall. The Kangyi Kingdom, Yi Wuqian. Everyone committed this information to memory. He actually came from that place on the border of the Eastern Barren Territory. The 100 Lands was a place that people from the Eastern Barren Territory did not head for often. It was too out of the way for them. What was Yi Wuqian's purpose for making his information known? Those from great powers stepped forward, seeming to want to extend an invitation to Yi Wuqian. But just then, they saw Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walk toward the stone wall. "Go," Yi Futian said softly. Hua Jieyu nodded and stepped in front of the wall. By this time, everyone was already looking over at her. Deep down, they felt as if the thing they had long anticipated was about to come true. In front of the Mirror Mountain stone wall, Hua Jieyu released her fate. Noble fate of all elements rushed out and climbed high into the sky. Hearts pounded and everyone looked dumbstruck at the scene ahead. The multi-elemental noble fate that radiated off of Hua Jieyu's beautiful figure was upper-level fate. The witch, Gu Biyue, never left Mirror Mountain. Also watching Hua Jieyu was Lulan Shui. This was when both females realized that Hua Jieyu's beauty was not the only reason Yi Futian was wrapped around her fingers. This powerful female was the reason Yi Futian never paid other women any attention. Lin Yueyao was dazed. Was the gap between her and Hua Jieyu really that big? If that jerk, Yi Futian, would have helped her like he did with Hua Jieyu, Lin Yueyao could very likely have acquired noble fate already. Very quickly, the first noble figure appeared. Then, the second. Everyone could feel the heavy pounding of their hearts. They felt it deep down. Something big was about to happen. Hurry and notified the people of the clan, ordered someone from a great power. Many of his fellow clan members scurried. Their status was not enough to persuade Yi Futian and the others to join their clan. "It's too late," said someone else. Nobody expected Yi Futian's group to make their moves so suddenly. There was no hint and they definitely did not give out a specific time beforehand as Xiao Wuji did. The Mirror Mountain stone wall glowed with a bright light. The light grew brighter and brighter until the third noble appeared, sending a shiver down everyone's back. Another genius cultivator who was able to make 3 nobles appear. She also possessed upper-level fate. On top of that, she also seemed to be a full attribute sorcerer. Hua Jieyu challenged a 4th figure, but just like Yi Wuqian, she failed in the end. Looking up at the stone wall, she spoke softly, "Kangyi Kingdom, Hua Jieyu." Another one from the Kangyi Kingdom. Everyone was shocked. Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi felt a squeeze in their hearts. The siblings exchanged a glance filled with shock. They shared a realization, the Kangyi Kingdom was about to become famous. Hua Jieyu returned beside Yi Futian and was met with a bright smile. Then, Yuxing stepped out from Yi Futian's side. He also stopped in front of the stone wall. Do they plan to keep going? Spectators had their gazes frozen on the large figure. Yuxing released his fate, the will of strength, metal, and wind were released. All of the noble level. Another person with upper-level fate. The people were now desensitized to this. Both Yuxing and Hua Jieyu were only in the 3rd-level noble plane but were both in possession of upper-level noble fate. When had it become so easy to acquire noble fate? The Mirror Mountain stone wall glowed again, its light blanketing over Yusheng. Mere moments later, the first noble figure appeared. Will he also make 3 figures appear? Everyone's thoughts were running wild. Was there going to be 4 freakishly powerful people from one batch of visitors who were able to make 3 noble figures appear? Not too long after, a second figure appeared. Bystanders took a deep breath. He should have no problem with a third figure. Just as they expected, a third figure appeared on the Mirror Mountain stone wall a while after. Yusheng basked in the strong, bright light emitted off the wall. What's going on today? All the people on the mountaintop were rendered speechless. Gu Bu's eyes sparkled in amazement while Lu Qinyu's heart pounded loudly. This whole group of people was freakishly gifted. On the stone wall, the faint image of the fourth figure flickered. But nobody cared too much this time around, seeing that Yi Wuqian and Hua Jieyu had been able to do the same before and had both ended in failure. It was most likely going to end the same for this person. Even so, everything these 3 people had accomplished had already shocked everyone around. Slowly, the fourth noble figure's image became clearer. The flickering of the image became shorter, seemingly stabilizing. "Look!" shouted a spectator. "This is not possible." Everyone stared at the stone wall. The image of the fourth figure was becoming more and more opaque. And just like that, in front of their very eyes, the fourth noble figure appeared, imprinted on the stone wall. This. Many people were extremely surprised. Making 4 noble figures appear on the Mirror Mountain stone wall was something only top-level geniuses could do. And now, Yusheng had also accomplished this. Furthermore, he was only at the 3rd-level Dharma plane. "Kangyi Kingdom, Yusheng," he shouted loudly. Everyone jumped at his volume. "Kangyi Kingdom, Yi Wuqian. Kangyi Kingdom, Hua Jieyu. Kangyi Kingdom, Yusheng. In the name of Kangyi." Chapter 208, Waves. Chapter 208, Waves. With Yusheng's roar, everyone's heart shuddered too. What exactly was the Kangyi Kingdom like? The top 3 prides had tested their talents at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. They were all extremely brilliant, equal to the top figures of the Eastern Barren Territory. Yusheng especially had made 4 noble figures appear. Xiao Wuji had stopped at that point. His was a record, and Yusheng had tied with him as a 3rd-level Dharma plane. Since Yi Wuqian, Hua Jieyu, and Yusheng were all from the Kangyi Kingdom, then what about Yi Futian? The 100 Lands was a barbaric land, but how did such a small country nurture such talented people? Were they doing this for the name and dignity of the Kangyi Kingdom? At that time, countless eyes looked somewhere, obviously in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Wuqian, Hua Jieyu, and Yusheng had all displayed their talents. Now, the one they'd all been waiting for should go now. Yusheng walked over. He stood to the side and also looked at Yi Futian. Under everyone's scrutiny, he stepped forward and walked to the stone wall. This guy. Countless eyes stared at him. After waiting for so long, was he finally going to do it? Since Yusheng could make 4 noble figures appear, he must be able to do it too. Yi Futian made his way to the stone wall. Facing it, he released his fate. At that moment, dazzling noble fates of all elements rose up. They wove together beautifully. He's full attribute. Everyone's hearts shuddered. Yi Futian surpassed Xiao Wuji in aspect of fate. All that remained was the test of the stone wall. If he could tie with Xiao Wuji's record and make 4 noble figures appear, and judging from his full attribute talent and his other performance at the mountaintop, he could surpass Xiao Wuji. That moment, everyone felt that they were witnessing the birth of another top talent of the ancient barren world. Yi Futian's fate charged into the stone wall. The wall flashed instantly. Like a mirror, it enveloped Yi Futian. At that moment, Yi Futian felt his mind enter the wall. It was a void, like inside the Mirror Mountain stone wall. A terrible will pressed down on him. It was noble intent. Then it transformed into a figure and came down on Yi Futian. But Yi Futian's own will was so powerful now. Fiery noble intent burst forth and danced, branding onto the noble intent, destroying it. A noble figure instantly appeared on the stone wall. So fast, the people muttered, seeing the figure that appeared instantaneously. He was too fast. The first noble figure seemed to pose no threat to him. In the void, the second noble figure appeared. It was made from pure flame intent and burned towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian's figure, also created by intent, was extremely cold. Icy intent was released, sealing everything. The flame intent was covered by frost. Then thunder intent exploded and destroyed everything. The flame intent disappeared. On the stone wall, a second noble figure appeared. Many advanced cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory could do that. But the third noble figure was a huge challenge. Many were defeated here. Those that could succeed were all the top figures of each force. The third noble figure appeared before Yi Futian. It was created by flame intent and was very pure. It felt like the emperor noble he'd met at the Lulan relic. Yi Futian had to use his emperor's intent to defeat him. Yi Wuqian had lost to the third figure on his first try. This figure was covered in horrible fire that flowed across him like lava. He was like a demon ruling over hellfire. He walked towards Yi Futian's intent. The powerful heat rushed over to burn Yi Futian to nothing. His will transformed into a furnace. It also bathed in endless fire and seemed to shine like a sun. He was like a sun god. Ancient runes of fire flashed around him like godly flames. The limit of noble fire intent? He wanted to see if his own could defeat the extreme. The two flame bodies walked towards each other with shocking firelight. The body of the demon king and the body of the sun furnace crashed. Fire flowed wildly. At that moment, Yi Futian understood something. The first intent he'd released after entering was flame intent, so the flame intent here grew stronger. Now, such a terrifying king appeared. It contained noble-level flame techniques and clashed against his intent. No wonder Yi Wuqian had been defeated the first time. The second time, he'd clearly surpassed his limits with his sword and made the third figure appear on the stone wall. Since Yi Wuqian could do it, Yi Futian wouldn't use his emperor's intent either. He used his own abilities to battle against the flame intent. He didn't even use other elements. He knew that having noble intents of various elements would give him an advantage here. Various flame runes gradually appeared on the demon king. They stacked atop each other and glowed faintly. They gradually began burning on his body and grew even brighter. They were dazzling. Gradually, the entire demon king burned. The huge body transformed into 3 ancient runes. Finally, it turned into formless power and rushed into Yi Futian's body. That moment, the third figure appeared on the stone wall outside. At the same time, the formless power surged into his body. Starting from the third figure, he could gain something from each one that appeared. It's the third one. Countless eyes stared at the one standing before the stone wall. With only one more figure, he'd be tied with Xiao Wuji, the record holder. That step was difficult, but once he did so, everything would be different. Yu Sheng had done so, but he wasn't more brilliant than Xiao Wuji before. Thus, the people just thought that Yu Sheng was talented but wasn't as powerful as Xiao Wuji. However, they'd all seen Yi Futian's performance at the other 3 relics. If he could tie with Xiao Wuji's record here, it would mean something more. At this moment, another figure transformed by intent appeared before Yi Futian in the void. It shattered immediately and then various flame figures appeared around him. Each one contained extreme noble intent. Yi Futian trembled inwardly. No wonder so many prides were stuck here, unable to go on. If he could succeed, he could be the best of the best. These figures attacked directly at once. In an instant, the entire world turned into a world of fire. It destroyed everything and drowned the void. Yi Futian saw this and felt his will drown into nothingness. Yi Futian looked up. His eyes flashed sharply and in an instant, a strong ice seal bloomed. It turned everything into a world of ice and fought against the fire. The terrifying fire broke apart the ice and continued towards Yi Futian. A cold moon appeared behind Yi Futian. It emanated shocking eerie coldness. All fire in its path was extinguished. A horrible icy storm was swept up. Everything froze where the moon shone down on. But the fire nobles were so terrifying. The fire transformed into rivers of lava that flowed on the ice, continuing to sweep towards Yi Futian. More terrifying flame figures charged into the ice world, slapping down on Yi Futian with palms of fire. Boom! Yi Futian strode through the world of ice. A staff of ice and snow appeared in his hands. It shone with gold light. Not only did it contain ice intent, it also had the strength of metal and earth. He waved his hands and the staff twirled. It created a windstorm that swept through. He stepped forward. Like a demon ape, he swept his staff and instantly shattered the noble intent, destroying it. An even more terrifying power burst from him. He charged forward, waving his staff. The 9 heavenly attacks swept past everything, continuing to strengthen. Booms sounded endlessly. Soon, the flame figures all shattered and finally turned into nothing. The world returned to peace. Another gust of formless power surged into Yi Futian from the stone wall as if giving him some benefits. At the same time, a 4th noble figure flickered onto the stone wall. The 4th figure appeared. At that moment, countless hearts shuddered. Yi Futian had done it. With his full attribute talent, he'd made 4 noble figures appear on the stone wall and he'd surpassed Xiao Wuji in 3 areas. Another future top figure of the Eastern Barren Territory was born in the ancient Barren world. Is it too late? People from the top forces trembled inwardly. They didn't have people from their clan here. Yi Futian had acted suddenly and no one was prepared. Could they make Yi Futian choose them now? What they didn't know was that some noble figures from each top force were also watching this, feeling shaken. What was with today? 4 strong cultivators had come to the Mirror Mountain stone wall today, one after another. 2 had made 3 noble figures appear, 2 had made 4. They'd all come from the Kangi kingdom. At this moment, everyone in the top level was asking what was with these people from the Kangi kingdom. They were wondering, can they join us? Chapter 209, What are you looking at? Chapter 209, What are you looking at? Everything would have been fine if one genius showed up at the Mirror Mountain stone wall, but now there were 4. It was pretty hard for something like this to go unnoticed by seniors in the noble plane. Furthermore, all of these people had come from the same place, the Kangi kingdom. Based on the gifts they displayed, it would be difficult to find 4 people like them even in the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. After all, it wasn't an easy task to make 4 noble figures appear of the stone wall. Not to mention, 2 people who were able to do so appeared at the same time. The seniors had already prepared to send people into the ancient barren world with invitations to join their own clans. Of course, the people at the Mirror Mountain stone wall had no idea of this. What they did know was that these 4 people would the talk of the town for quite a while after what happened today. Many of the great powers in the Eastern Barren Territory will know of their existence. And also, the name of the Kangi kingdom. He's still going. Just then, the people noticed that Yi Futian remained in his spot in front of the stone wall. Just like Xiao Wuji, Yi Futian was going to keep trying even after the appearance of the 4th noble figure. But this was a record that no one had ever broken, not even Yi Futian was likely to do so. All throughout history, the Mirror Mountain stone wall was a place to test the gifts of cultivators. All the geniuses from great powers in the Eastern Barren Territory had come here, and even the top-level geniuses were only ever able to make 4 figures appear of this stone wall. No one had ever reached 5. Supposedly, one of these top-level geniuses had said that it was impossible because they were still only in the Dharma plane. They had yet to truly enter the noble plane. Even Xiao Wuji had said that day after he gave it a try that he was afraid the fifth noble figure may never appear. For someone like him to think so, it was obviously an extremely difficult task to accomplish. Perhaps this was a record that would truly never be broken. Just then, another figure formed by Will appeared in front of Yi Futian at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Standing there, the figure looked like a majestic king and strong energy radiated off from head to toe. Yi Futian could feel a threatening force from him, a very strong threat. All that anyone could see following that was the release of a terrifying force of will from Yi Futian. With a long rod in his hand, he looked as if he could wipe out the heavens. He made his way forward one step at a time. His aura was strong. Yi Futian struck out with his rod with enough power to split the skies. The figure exploded with a ferocious force of willpower. A blinding ray of golden light radiated from him and formed in golden rings of light. The rings then gathered to form an enormous ancient bell. A loud noise rang throughout the air. The ancient bell cracked but had not been split open completely. It was obvious that this golden bell was another powerful defense spell. After this strike, the powerful noble figure reached out one hand. This hand kept extending until it was outside of the ancient bell and morphed into a long vine that unraveled at Yi Futian wildly. Yi Futian backed up quickly. However, his opponent moved as fluid as the wind and as fast as lightning. Whoosh! The vines wanted to take over Yi Futian's body. Are they formed by absolute noble will of all elements? Yi Futian thought to himself. He finally understood why Xiao Wuji failed at the fifth figure and why no one had ever broken the record of 4 noble figures. After all, those in the Dharma plane were not true nobles. When encountering anything formed by an absolute noble will of all elements, it was almost impossible to challenge its power. If so, then 5 noble figures could be the limit. It was entirely possible that 5 noble figures was the maximum at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Yi Futian also had the wind of will around his body. He could move around very quickly. At the same time, in the skies behind him, the sun and the moon hung high. The flames and the ice alternated. A terrifying force of flame will was released, forming ancient characters that floated in the air. A golden divine flame attacked and met the incoming vines, burning them to a crisp. Yi Futian's opponent was formed from full attributed noble will, and he was the same. The moonlight shined down and cooled the temperature down to the point of freezing, wanted to seal the approaching figure in ice. The cold and the heat alternated. The flames and the ice were like yin and yang, working together to strangle the opponent. Boom! The figure took a step forward. A frightening force of spiritual will exploded and a terrifying force could be felt pushing down onto Yi Futian. All he knew was that his body felt extremely heavy. Above the figure, there seemed to be a flow of water. The running sounds of the water were endless. The powerful spell that Yi Futian targeted at the figure followed the flow of the water back to himself. The look in his opponent's eyes became terrifying. A spiritual spell descended upon Yi Futian, and at that moment, he felt as if his body was trapped in a cage of spiritual energy. Just then, the same terrifying look was seen in Yi Futian's eyes. A horrifying spiritual storm seemed to have washed over his opponent's spiritual will and absorbed all the spiritual energy. The entire area filled with an endless golden light. The rays of light were like fragments of gold. With the wind, these fragments shot towards the figure. The golden light was like a metal storm that wanted to crush Yi Futian's opponent into pieces. Just like maple flames, this was a spell he got from enlightenment by the statues. Another loud thump was heard when the figure took another step forward. An even scarier force of power erupted and the world seemed to have been put on pause. The metal storm that circled wildly actually stopped moving in the air. Yi Futian also seemed to be frozen in place. Had the figure perfectly merged noble will and sorcery? It was no wonder why no one was able to beat the record of 4 noble figures. To make a 5th figure appear was an obstacle set by the heavens. These were the true limits, a boundary not to be passed. But Yi Futian refused to believe so. There were no limits. Limits were meant to be broken. Behind him, golden rock wings appeared. His body was fluid and majestic like a dragon. He grew big and tall like a divine ape, ready to amaze the world. The sun and the moon hung high in the sky, destroying what was below. Yi Futian's spiritual will exploded and he was like a young emperor. With the long rod in hand, he struck directly in the air ahead. A dull noise sounded and a force gathered in the surrounding area. He continued to step forward looking fiercer than ever before. He must break through the gravity spell weighing down on him. Witnessing this scene, the figure released the light of lightning which spread throughout the sky. The lightning attacked right away, striking down on Yi Futian. Infused with noble will, the lightning wanted to destroy Yi Futian's will. However, his will was firm right now. He allowed the lightning to strike down on him. In his hand, the long rod danced and the power of the lightning was attracted onto the rod. When he swung his weapon again, the air around him seemed to have split. The sun and the moon, yin and yang, descended on the figure. Yi Futian continued to advance. Another attack. He was making a path for himself by cutting through the air. The force of power from the figure grew even more horrifying. It was as if it was ready to eliminate everything on Earth and wipe out the universe. Boom! With a loud noise, Yi Futian lifted into the air. In the air, he looked like a god. The long rod struck downward. The roar of the divine ape, the growl of the divine dragon, and the arrival of the divine rock. The figure lifted his head and then transformed into a ray of light. All types of will revolved around him like he was the ultimate noble. Up him went, headed straight for Yi Futian. When the two bodies collided, a blinding light shined over the world. Away from this scene, countless pairs of eyes were focused on the Mirror Mountain stone wall and the figure in front of it. They saw a terrifying force release from Yi Futian. His noble fate rushed crazily into the stone wall and his mental state seemed to be pushed to the limits. He was still challenging the Mirror Mountain stone wall's fifth noble figure. However, it seemed like the figure would never make an appearance. The faint image of it came and went and showed no signs of stabilizing. He's still fighting. He hasn't given up, someone murmured. Looks like he's not willing to admit defeat. He wants the challenge. Xiao Wuji had done the same before but in the end, he thought it was impossible for a fifth noble figure to ever appear. Everyone was in discussion. Some were even trying to determine which clan Yi Futian would choose to join. The Donghua clan? The college? Or was it going to the Qin dynasty or the Lu kingdom? Just as they were deep in discussion, the world around suddenly grew brighter. There was actually an extremely bright light coming from the Mirror Mountain stone wall. What's going on? Everyone looked over to the stone wall in surprise. They then watched as the stone wall emitted a never-before-seen light that glowed over Yi Futian's body. A fifth noble figure had not appeared on the wall. However, the four original figures had actually moved. They circled on the stone wall and moved in four directions. Then, they all headed toward the faint image of the fifth figure in the center and at the very end, they formed a single noble. A bright light exploded from this new figure. The stone seemed to be taking shape. Following that, the light gathered into a single ray that shined out of the stone wall. A small stone figure floated in front of Yi Futian. Within this small stone figure seemed to be the purest noble will. This. Everyone was surprised and then shocked, and they realized that the Mirror Mountain stone wall had dulled and its shine was no more. It was not just because the noble figures had disappeared. It was more like the entire stone wall was different. It could not go back to the way it used to be. The stone wall no longer contained powerful noble will. What did he do? Everyone stared dead at Yi Futian. Indeed, the fifth noble figure had not appeared, but Yi Futian somehow managed to dull the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Just then, nobles from the great powers of the Eastern Barren territory suddenly lost their view of the ancient barren world's Mirror Mountain. Their spell seemed to have diminished. Many people shared the same question, what is happening? Yi Futian froze for a moment before taking the stone figure into his hands. He turned around and walked over to Hua Jieyu. Countless pairs of eyes were glued on him, watching like he was some kind of freak. Who could tell them exactly what was going on? Had this guy swallowed up the stone wall's will? Looking at the dull stone wall, it just looked like any ordinary stone wall. Many people felt a squeeze in their hearts. Did this guy come to challenge the relics or to ruin them? What was the small stone figure in his hands? Was it formed by the will from the Mirror Mountain stone wall? What are you looking at? Yu Xing shouted at the people when he noticed all of them giving Yi Futian strange looks. Did they still have a problem with him now? Chapter 210, Escort. Chapter 210, Escort. Many people looked at Yu Xing, speechless. They then looked at Yi Futian, feeling unsettled. They didn't know why the Mirror Mountain stone wall was like this, but one fact was undeniable. Yi Futian had done something no one from the Eastern Barren Territory had ever done before. All these years, countless talents had come to the stone wall to undergo the test, but no one had done what Yi Futian did today. They remembered how Tang Yi had come and arrogantly humiliated Yi Futian. Xiao Wuji had wanted to comprehend the statue, so Tang Yi told Yi Futian to move. Hua Qingqi of the Donghua clan had told Yi Futian that he'd have no more chances if he missed this. He'd told Yi Futian to take this chance to join the Donghua clan as if it was charity. Everyone was competing for Xiao Wuji. Looking at Yi Futian now, no one could compose themselves. Lu Qinyu was the same. She stared at that handsome figure. That day, he'd become furious, beating the drums 16 times and shattering them. Then he'd left an 8-inch image on the wall and controlled the flame statue to burn off Li Daoyun's arm. He was impossibly wild, but just as everyone was expecting him to go to the Mirror Mountain stone wall, he stopped. Many thought he'd lost confidence, but what about now? No one knew what he was thinking. She then looked at Yu Xing, Hua Jieyu, and Yi Wuchen. These four had shaken the ancient barren world in the name of Kangyi. Their names would appear in all the forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. Perhaps Yi Wuchen really didn't underestimate the Eastern Barren Territory, but he was confident that Yi Futian and Yu Xing could sweep through with their talent. No one could surpass them. And everything that Yi Futian had done seemed to prove this. What will these people from the Kangyi kingdom accomplish in the future? Lu Qinyu thought, looking at them. Gu Biyue also looked at the group. She felt regret. Yi Futian's group was more talented than she'd imagined. If she'd known this, she would have used a different method. With her tactics, she could at least be equal with Lu Qinyu. We've completed our goal here. We should head back, Yi Futian suddenly said. Everyone's eyes constricted. Head back. Was he not going to choose a clan? Yu Xing and the others understood what Yi Futian meant. Are you going back to Kangyi? Lu Qinyu came up and asked. Yeah, Yi Futian said, smiling. The year is ending. I must go back to see the elders. Why don't you come to the Lu kingdom? I can send strong cultivators to help you back, Lu Feiyang said, walking up. He didn't ask Yi Futian to join his kingdom. Since Yi Futian said he would return to Kangyi, it meant that he didn't want to choose a clan. If he hounded Yi Futian to choose, it would be worse. I can't take rewards without doing anything. Smirking, Yi Futian said to Lu Qinyu, of course, if you want to find a husband, we can be a family. Lu Qinyu was speechless. She glanced at Yi Wuchen, who was also looking embarrassed. I'm fine with that. Lu Feiyang smiled at Yi Futian and the two men exchanged glances, eyes shining. Lu Qinyu was even more speechless. They were fine, but did they ever ask her opinion? Wuchen, decide if we should leave from the Lu kingdom. Yi Futian grinned at Yi Wuchen while Lu Qinyu glared at him. He was doing it on purpose. Yi Wuchen, Lu Feiyang said. Since you all have decided to return, even if you don't go from the Lu kingdom, we also wish to see what Kangyi is like. It's just on the way. There are no feelings in it. His words intrigued many. He seemed to be hinting at something. Okay, we'll go from the Lu Kingdom. Yi Wuqian nodded. After shocking the Eastern Barren territory with the name of Kangyi and Yi Futian wanted to go back, Yi Wuqian obviously knew what he was planning. He wanted to get rid of Kangyi's potential threat. After this, no one in the 100 Lands would dare to provoke Kangyi. But they weren't entirely safe on the road before choosing a clan. Considering this, they could depart from the Lu Kingdom with a convoy from them. Whether people from the ancient barren world or Emperor Luo wanted to attack them, it would be meaningless. Even if they owed the Lu Kingdom and didn't choose them, it was still good to have a friend. Judging from Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu's attitudes, they'd be happy if they could join. If not, they could still be friends. Hearing Yi Wuqian's answer, Yi Futian smiled and said to Lu Qinyu, "Princess," our Wuqian agreed. Lu Qinyu didn't know what to say. Agreed could also be interpreted in terms of becoming her husband. Of course, she knew that Yi Wuqian didn't think that way. He only agreed to depart from the Lu Kingdom. Glancing at Yi Wuqian, a tinge of shyness appeared in Lu Qinyu's beautiful features. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian in reverence. It had been like this before him and Qing Xian, right? If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's depart immediately, Lu Feiyang said, smiling. Yi Futian nodded. The black winged eagle flapped its wings and flew into the air. It had had fun in the ancient barren world and it didn't really want to leave. Virgin, what are your plans? Yi Futian asked Lu Lanshui. I'll remain here, Lu Lanshui said. Her mother only told her to train with Yi Futian in the ancient barren world, not following him home. Since his lover was here, she naturally wouldn't follow. All right. Let's meet again if fate allows it. Yi Futian nodded and the group embarked. In the air, Yi Futian looked at Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi. How is the Kangyi Kingdom? Yi Lingxi rolled her eyes. So this guy still recognized them? Of course, they weren't angry. That was just how he was. Everything that had happened moved them as well. They could feel that the Kangyi Kingdom was about to change. Back then, Luo Junlin had returned to the Nanda nation and strong cultivators of the royal Xian temple had come to tell him to go. Now, Kangyi had shocked the ancient barren world at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. What was awaiting the Kangyi Kingdom if they returned now? Both Yi Lingxi and Yi Danchen were excited. When we came, everything was alright, but Nandu really seems ready for an all-out war. Of course, we aren't afraid, Yi Danchen said. Ah. Yi Futian nodded. After going back, Kangyi's position would be stabilized in the 100 Lands. No one would go up against them anymore. The Lu Kingdom had an independent exit from the ancient barren world situated in a region of the barren city. After exiting from it, Yi Futian's group appeared in the Lu Kingdom's imperial city. Many strong cultivators were positioned there. The royal family controlled it directly and was close to the palace. All the top forces of the Eastern Barren territory had their own passageways. The group went straight to the palace. Seeing the majestic building up ahead, Yi Futian smiled and said, "It'll definitely be nice to be the husband of the Lu Kingdom's princess." Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu were used to it now. Are you regretting it now? Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian with a smile. Regret what? Yi Futian blinked. Regretting not marrying a princess. Hua Jieyu smiled meaningfully. No way. There's only one person in my heart, Yi Futian said earnestly. Hua Jieyu was satisfied. Lu Qinyu looked at Yi Futian. This guy was arrogant, but he had someone above him too. Before, he was surrounded by beauties, including the virgin and witch. Now. What are you looking at me for? I'm not interested in becoming the princess's husband. Yi Futian gave Lu Qinyu a look. What was she looking at? Has she never seen a handsome guy? Yeah, I know you like servants more. After all, they'll serve you and massage your shoulders, Lu Qinyu said. Yi Futian was shook. Seeing Hua Jieyu look at him, he said, Jieyu, how are master and masteress? I miss them. Hua Jieyu smiled but didn't reply. The weather's nice today. Yi Futian looked up at the sky. Everyone smiled. They'd never seen someone so shameless. They soon arrived outside the palace and Yi Futian told them to stop. Let's just wait here. Won't you like to see our father? Lu Feiyang asked. There'll be a chance in the future. We must hurry now, Yi Futian said, shaking his head. If they met with the king and he invited them to join, what should he do? I see. You all stay here, Qinyu as well. Then Lu Feiyang entered the palace. After a while, a group came out. The leader was an extremely powerful noble figure with natural mightiness. This is my uncle, Lu Feiyang explained from the side. Lord, Yi Futian greeted, bowing. No need. The newcomer waved his hand and studied them. As expected, you are all cream of the crop. Even I want to see what the Kangyi kingdom is like, but unfortunately, I have other matters. You can come visit any time. He didn't invite them to join either. Lu Feiyang clearly said something to him. Of course. Yi Futian nodded. Feiyang and Qinyu will accompany you all there and bring some of the good stuff from Kangyi, the lord joked. Other than Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu, he also had many noble figures behind him. They would escort Yi Futian's group back to the Kangyi kingdom. Clouds rolled in the sky and a demon appeared, rushing down. It was huge and looked both like a fish and rock. The feathery wings unfurled like a huge cloud. It was a Kuanpeng, a whale rock demon. Thank you, brother Kuan, the lord said to the demon. It is fine, the Kuanpeng said in the human tongue. It then landed in the empty space beside Yi Futian's group. A noble-level demon. Yi Futian's group all focused on it. Let's go, Lu Feiyang said. Yi Futian nodded and they all climbed onto the Kuanpeng. The wind whistled and the Kuanpeng spread its wings. It charged up and instantly entered the clouds and disappeared. Chapter 211, Enemy at the Gates. Chapter 211, Enemy at the Gates. While Yi Futian was on his way back to the Kangyi kingdom from the Lu kingdom, many nobles listened as the younger generation members of their clans told them about what happened that day in the ancient barren world. One person in the 6th level noble plane and 3 in the 3rd. Out of the 4 youths, 2 were able to draw out 3 noble figures, 1 made 4, and the last person actually took the light of the Mirror Mountain stone wall. They came from the Kangyi kingdom in the 100 Lands and may very well be heading back there from the Lu kingdom. The Futian Sword clan of the Eastern Barren Territory was located on a mountain range consisting of 7 summits that reached above the clouds. These were the 7 summits the Futian Sword clan were famous for. Just then, at the cliff of the 7th summit stood an elder with his hands behind his back. He stood there and looked out at the clouds as they floated by. Light reflected off the blades of swords flashed by as some people descended behind the elder. Go to the Kangyi kingdom and invite Yi Wuchen, said the elder. The people bowed and answered, yes. Then, they became a blade of light and disappeared. Moments later, another figure descended. He looked at the elder and shouted, Senior brother, you want Yi Wuchen to join the 7th summit? I'm afraid the 1st summit would have thoughts about that. Li Daoyun was of the Futian Sword clan's 1st summit. What can they say if he was the one that lacked the skill to defeat his opponent? The elder said nonchalantly. He was able to cut off the arm of another person. It is obvious others would be able to do the same to him. So, what if the 1st summit has an opinion about it? The newly arrived man shook his head with a bitter smile. But Yi Wuchen has something against the Futian Sword clan. I'm afraid he won't trust the clan. He's a swordsman. The Futian Sword clan is the best suited place for his cultivation. If he thinks the clan will come up with schemes against him simply because of his rivalry with a younger generation clan member, then he is not suited to be a swordsman, the elder said slowly. Central District of the Eastern Baran Territory, Eastern Baran College. This was the most ancient college in all of the Eastern Baran Territory. All of its 3,000 students were extraordinary cultivators. Presently, many of the students were discussing something in the college. Months ago, Xiao Wuji had entered the college and that caused a huge ruckus. But now, there was a genius cultivator who could be even more outstanding than Xiao Wuji. Rumors had it that the college was contemplating whether or not to send people to the Kangyi Kingdom. Tang Yi was also among the crowd. From time to time, someone else in the crowd around would look over at him, causing his expression to become unnatural. What happened in the ancient barren world all those months ago was a stain on his record. He never in a million years would have imagined that Yi Futian would be able to surpass Xiao Wuji's performance at the three big relics. He even broke the record at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. And because of this, he was the joke of the entire school. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Their eyes were trained somewhere ahead. In that very direction stood a young man. One step at a time, he approached the crowd. Tang Ye's eyes widened as someone in the front of the group asked, "Senior brother, has the college made a decision?" The young man who had just joined the crowd nodded, "Yes." His reply got everyone's attention immediately. They all looked at the young man intently. The young man lifted his head to look at the crowd and smiled, "Stop worrying about things outside the college and focus on cultivation." The college decided not to go. Hearing his words, the crowd burst into an uproar. That person from the Kangyi Kingdom had beat a record in the ancient barren world. He even caused the Mirror Mountain stone wall to dim and dull. Had the college really decided not to pursue such a genius? But then, they thought in the college's perspective and many began to understand the reasoning behind this decision. The college was a school, not a great, powerful clan. It had always been others who came begging to study at the college. When had they ever begged others to come to cultivate at the school? The college was a place to pass on knowledge. After many of the students became strong and powerful, they left the college. The college has never forced anyone to do anything against their will. It was because of this, it did not really matter to the college whether or not an individual was extremely gifted. If someone came to the college, then they would be taught. If they didn't, it wouldn't be thought of as a pity. Back when Xiao Wuji announced that he would be choosing a clan in the ancient barren world, an elder from the college who valued talent asked Tang Yi to head over and ask Xiao Wuji if he would be willing to cultivate at the school. However, there were no conditions brought up to purposely lure him in. When Tang Yi met Xiao Wuji, only a few words were spoken. "I come from the college and would like to invite you to join." Without hesitation, Xiao Wuji chose the college. This was the charm of the college. Yi Futian did not choose a clan. If he had stayed after breaking the record at the Mirror Mountain stone wall, he would have been welcome to cultivate at the college if he wanted to. But he didn't. He chose to leave the ancient barren world and headed back to the Kangyi Kingdom. Yi Futian wanted the clans of the Eastern Barren Territory to go all the way to the Kangyi Kingdom to invite him to join them. For a younger generation low-level Dharma plane cultivator to do something like that showed just how untamed and arrogant he was. Then again, he had the right to be. He broke many records and even accomplished what had never been done before. Therefore, it was definite that the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory would go to him. But the college was different from the other great powers. The college was a school and had its own reputation and honor to uphold. A glow reached Tang Ye's eyes, and he thought to himself, even though you're really gifted, you've missed the chance to enter the college. Yi Futian was too arrogant, and arrogance came with a price. Just then, not too far away from the crowd, a figure approached. This figure was clad in a long scholarly robe. It was simple and clean, untouched by all that is unclean. He wore a headpiece and looked like a scholar. This figure seemed to have lacked presence and went unnoticed. Very quietly, he walked closer to the group. The young man who brought the news that the college wouldn't be heading for the Kangyi Kingdom was surprised after taking one look at the figure. What is he doing here? Those who understand me will understand my arrogance, murmured the scholar. Tang Yi froze and sharpened his gaze as he turned over to look at the scholar. He spoke again, what is wrong with abandoning those who do not understand me? All the student disciples around turned to look at him strangely. What was this guy doing muttering the words Yi Futian left in the ancient barren world? The scholar smiled and shook his head. Then, he continued on his way, leaving the crowd. The young man in front of the group froze and seemed to have gotten something from the words the scholar repeated. Those who understand me will understand my arrogance. What is wrong with abandoning those who do not understand me? So, Yi Futian had already stated his attitude through his words. Those who understood his arrogance would naturally go to him. Was the scholar going for Yi Futian? At the thought of this, the young man shivered before turning to leave. The end of the year was nearing and year 10,001 of the divine prefecture calendar was about to pass. In the Kangyi kingdom, there was not a hint of celebratory air. On the contrary, great trouble was headed their way. Some time ago, Crown Prince Luo Junlin of the Nanda nation returned to his country. With him, came a noble from the royal Xian temple, along with many of the temple's disciples. In the group of disciples was a girl. She was of superior status at the royal Xian temple and now, she was Luo Junlin's girlfriend. She was also the daughter of his master. From the top power of the Eastern Barren territory, these powerful cultivators of the royal Xian temple had arrived in the Nanda nation. Emperors from kingdoms all around came to pay their respects. At the same time, they were wishing deep down that this might pave the way for the young cultivators to enter the royal Xian temple in the future. Even if they didn't become core disciples, simply getting in was going to be an important first step. Big countries such as the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom had sent their prodigies into the ancient barren world for trials and many had already returned, but none of them yielded any positive results. None of them were able to acquire noble fate. So now, they had to come up with a different way for them to succeed. It was said that Luo Junlin's girlfriend promised some things to them. At the same time, Emperor Luo claimed the emperor of the Kangyi kingdom went against rules and harbored fugitives of the Nanda nation. Now, Emperor Luo had started a war with them and hoped that the emperors of these other countries would team up with him to force the Kangyi kingdom to hand over the fugitives. Rumor had it that the Yunchu nation, the Yan kingdom, and many other countries had already agreed. They were going to head to the Kangyi kingdom together under the leadership of Emperor Luo of the Nanda nation to get these people back. Chu Kuangren of the Yunchu nation personally witnessed what Yi Futian and his friends accomplished at the Noble Grotto and hypothesized that he would be able to acquire noble fate and become a member of a great noble power. However, now that Luo Junlin was back and had the royal Xian temple backing him, it didn't seem like he was going to give Yi Futian the slightest chance. He wanted to get rid of him once and for all. Under these circumstances, Yi Futian was destined for death upon his return. Neither Emperor Luo or Crown Prince Luo Junlin of the Nanda nation was going to give Yi Futian the chance to mature his powers. It was the end of the year, and it was very possible that Yi Futian might return. This journey back home was going to be his very last. Finally, on this day, all the emperors set off and arrived at the Kangyi kingdom's imperial city. Emperor Luo even brought many of his country's most powerful cultivators. An entire army arrived in the city and surrounded the Kangyi kingdom's imperial palace. Just like that, the Kangyi kingdom was in big trouble. Many people gathered around the imperial palace and watched these newly arrived figures in fear. Emperor Luo had actually gathered the emperors of other countries and led them here. Were they planning on destroying the Kangyi kingdom? On top of the palace door, Emperor Luo stood with his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked domineering as he overlooked the Kangyi kingdom's imperial palace. Emperor Yi came from inside the palace then looked at Emperor Luo. With a cold demeanor, he asked, "What is the meaning of this, Emperor Luo? You are harboring fugitives of my country and you want to ask me what I mean?" Emperor Luo's tone was cold as ice. "Hand over the traitors of Nanda nation immediately." "They are now citizens of my Kangyi kingdom," replied Emperor Yi. "Emperor Yi, we all heard the story of what happened. You're protecting the Nanda nation's traitors. It is only right that you hand them over, said Emperor Chu. Emperor Yi, you're in the wrong in this situation. If you hand them over, perhaps Brother Luo will be generous enough to spare you, said another emperor. Now that they wanted something from either Emperor Luo or Luo Junlin, the emperors were all on their side. It could only be said that Emperor Yi was unlucky. Luo Junlin came back too quickly. The ancient barren world was now open and he did not want to give Yi Futian a chance to prepare to fight back. Are you all going to gang up on me like that? Emperor Yi asked coldly. I'm already being very nice. Do you really want war? Emperor Luo asked, slightly threateningly. Emperor Luo knew that his abilities were similar to that of Emperor Yi, and if a war started, Emperor Yi might be able to get away. Otherwise, he would have saved his breath and just killed his way into the palace. He wouldn't be here negotiating. If Emperor Yi escaped, there would be other troubles. First, they had to capture Yi Futian's family and friends who were in the Kangyi Palace. This way, they would have leverage against Yi Futian no matter when he returned. As long as they got rid of Yi Futian's threat, Emperor Luo's rivalry with Emperor Yi could be taken care of slowly. There was no rush for that. His son, Luo Junlin, was now doing well at the Royal Xian Temple and his girlfriend was the daughter of a high official at the temple. Sooner or later, little old Emperor Yi would be taken care of. Chapter 212, Return. Chapter 212, Return. Far from the Kangyi Kingdom's palace, a group of figures sat at the top level of a restaurant, enjoying a feast. The restaurant was in a good position. Eating and chatting at the top level, they could see the Kangyi Palace. Luo Junlin was here at the moment. He sat across from a girl and was in a good mood. Will they hand them over? The girl asked. They should. They wouldn't risk their lives just for some outsiders, Luo Junlin replied calmly. With the current situation, it was impossible for Emperor Yi to refuse. Oh. The girl smiled. If they refuse, I'll send the message. Thank you, Shiro, Luo Junlin said gently. He knew that even though he was in the Arcana plane, he still didn't have the ability to make the nobles of the Royal Xian Temple work for him. Nobles were proud and would never help a disciple take care of a small country's matters. Thus, he could only rely on the situation. He wouldn't act so early if the ancient barren world didn't open. He'd entered it and he'd witnessed Yi Futian and Yu Xing's talent. Once they reached the pinnacle of the Dharma plane, it was highly possible they would be accepted by a top force. By that time, it would be very difficult to kill them. He slowly looked over at the palace in the distance. A cold sneer appeared on his face. So what if Yi Futian had ministers was prediction? Even if Luo Junlin didn't want to be Nanda Nation's emperor, the position belonged to the Luo family. No one else could take it. Once he became a noble and truly entered the upper level of the Royal Xian Temple, he would have the Luo family rule over the 100 lands. All other countries would bow before him. At that time, he wouldn't be so kind to the Kangyi Kingdom. When he had enough power, he could naturally be able to destroy them without the Royal Xian Temple's help. At the Kangyi Kingdom, Emperor Yi was currently staring at Emperor Luo and the other emperors coldly. Emperor Luo had asked him if he was preparing to declare war if he didn't hand them over. If war began now, he could escape but the others in the Kangyi Palace would meet tragedy. Before, he only faced Emperor Luo and guessed that the man wouldn't really declare war. Otherwise, they would both be destroyed in the process. It was different now. He'd come with other emperors to pressure him. Emperor Yi scanned the others and said coldly, "You're doing this because Luo Junlin entered the Royal Xian Temple and want to ally with him. But have you thought about Yi Futian's talent? He will definitely join a force in the Eastern Barren Territory. At that time, would you be able to withstand his revenge?" Emperor Chu and the others frowned slightly. They'd considered this before but right now, Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin wouldn't let Yi Futian live. After capturing his relatives in Kangyi and surrounding the palace, they would have people guard the entrances from the ancient barren world. They would capture Yi Futian as soon as he came out. This way, it would be impossible for Yi Futian to escape. He would die, unless he stayed in the ancient barren world for decades without returning to Kangyi. But there was a low possibility of this happening. After all, a youth who was not even 18 yet wouldn't have that much patience. Furthermore, there were so many strong cultivators in the ancient barren world. It was possible for Yi Futian to die there but not for him to enter a top talent. To them, the opportunity before their eyes was more important. You're still fantasizing that Yi Futian can live? Emperor Luo said coldly. The day he leaves the ancient barren world is the day of his death. Emperor Yi looked up. Staring at the other, he laughed. An emperor, someone of the noble plane, fears a youth to this extent. This is laughable. If you knew this, why would you send that letter in the first place? Emperor Luo frowned. There was a reason why he sent that order to the Donghai city. He'd ordered Minister Hua to personally capture Yi Futian, but who would have guessed that he could escape? His talent was beyond expectation too. But Emperor Luo didn't regret anything. All of this was fated. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were destined to become his enemy. He was just overly confident back then. He didn't think that he could send out an order as an emperor but still have Yi Futian escape. Thankfully, that was impossible now. Ignoring Emperor Yi, Emperor Luo strode forward coldly, walking to the palace. Presumptuous. Sword intent flowed. The palace was instantly enveloped by an extremely strong sword aura. Emperor Yi shot into the air and blocked Emperor Luo's path. They were at a stalemate with swords unsheathed. At that moment, someone walked over from the distance. It was a young man in the Arcana plane. When he appeared, there was faint arrogance in his eyes, even when faced with people of the noble plane. They were only kings of small lands and he looked down on them. The royal Xian temple orders the Kangyi kingdom to immediately hand them over. Otherwise, you will pay for your actions, the man said arrogantly to Emperor Yi. The other emperor's eyes immediately hardened. With support from the royal Xian temple, there was nothing to fear. The young man gazed at them coolly and turned to leave. He didn't care about these things. If not for his junior sister, he wouldn't even come to such a barbaric place. His words might seem arrogant and almighty, but he didn't feel that great. There was nothing to be proud of for the royal Xian temple to threaten a small country. Did you hear clearly? Emperor Luo threatened coldly. I don't care if you're hiding Nanda's traitors. But now, I personally came to your palace to take them away. If you still stop me, you are treating all of us as enemies. Think clearly. With that, Emperor Luo walked out. The other emperors followed behind Emperor Luo. One said, Emperor Yi, why do you do this for outsiders? If we go to war, this palace will be the first to be destroyed. Is it worth it? Can you fight against the royal Xian temple's order? Another emperor said as they all stepped into the palace. Emperor Ye's expression was uncomfortable. At the Tingfeng banquet last time, he only faced Emperor Luo by himself. If Emperor Luo didn't care, then he didn't care either. But now, he faced pressure from all the emperors and even the royal Xian temple. He either had to give in or declare war. If war was declared, the first to be destroyed was the palace and the people inside. It was unclear if even he could survive. Halt! A group came from the distance. Everyone turned to see the group. Yi Shao was at the front and he was the one who spoke. Behind him were some strong cultivators of the palace. Hua Fenglu, Yi Xiang, and the others were there too. We'll hand them over, Yi Shao said to Emperor Luo. Emperor Yi looked over, his eyes sharp. What did you do? He demanded. Father, they followed me voluntarily, Yi Shao said. In his opinion, it was unavoidable. They had to hand Yi Futian over but his father was too benevolent. Since he couldn't do it, Yi Shao would. He said some things while going to the palace and these people cooperated, coming voluntarily with him. Your Majesty, we will go with them, Yi Xiang said. Emperor Yi had already been kind enough to them. Now, he was faced with the royal Xian temple's pressure and couldn't fight back. Since that was so, Yi Xiang couldn't let him take risks. Since the end couldn't be chanced, they could only accept it. He just wished Yi Futian wouldn't come back. No. Emperor Yi looked at Yi Xiang. Your Majesty, Hua Fenglu said, looking at him. No need to try and dissuade us. At the same time, Hua Fenglu used spiritual sorcery to tell Emperor Yi, Futian and Jieyu are in the ancient barren world. Emperor Luo will put guards around the entrance. There are many things you must do still. Emperor Yi heard Hua Fengluo's words and sighed inwardly. He knew that Hua Fenglu was right. Since Emperor Luo had come, they would definitely be guarding the ancient barren world's exit too. He had to stay alive to help Yi Futian. At the same time, a huge demon descended from the clouds outside the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city. The Kunpeng spread its wings, covering the sky and sun. The people below all looked up. Seeing the huge demon, their hearts shuddered. The Kunpeng. It's the legendary Kunpeng, someone yelled in shock. It was their first time seeing a real Kunpeng. Who's coming now? They thought as the Kunpeng landed. Many emperors had arrived in the imperial city today and went directly to the palace. Apparently, the top force royal Xian temple had come too, to make the Kangyi kingdom hand over the family of Yi Futian, the first on the Fenghua rank. But now, a huge Kunpeng came from the clouds. There seemed to be many figures on its back but were blocked. Who were these people? Why did they come? The Kangyi kingdom had suddenly become so lively. We're finally here, Yi Futian said, smiling at the palace. It had been almost 1 year. He missed his master and the others. This is the imperial city. Lu Feiyang looked down and joked, it's the birthplace of so many geniuses. Can I stay a few days? It was indeed rare for one country to have 4 prides. Yi Futian chuckled. In reality, he wasn't from Kangyi Kingdom. He was from Nandu. Brother Lu, you can stay as long as you wish. I'm just afraid you won't feel used to things, Yi Danshan said, smiling. The Kunpeng continued forward at an extreme speed. Everyone under it looked up at the huge beast, their hearts trembling. Was it another strong cultivator from the royal Xian temple? After a while, the palace was close. Yi Futian looked over and vaguely saw some figures in the air. It seemed to be a confrontation. Chapter 213, Does Your Father Know? Chapter 213, Does Your Father Know? The Kunpeng zipped through the air and was now even closer to the palace. Yi Futian's eyebrows furrowed. What's going on? It's a confrontation. Looks like the beginning of a fight, said a noble from the side. Yi Lingxi and Yi Danshan also furrowed their brows in confusion. A fight at the Kangyi Palace? If it had to do with the palace, then it had to be something big. At this time, both sides had already pulled swords at the palace. Emperor Yi had also been persuaded by Yi Xiang and Hua Fenglu. In their current situation, resistance would only get them all killed. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and the others were in the ancient barren world and would end up without anyone to help them. Many people from various great powers of the Kangyi kingdom were also gathered around the palace. Powers like the Kangyi College, the Qin clan, as well as other clans, stood witness to everything that happened. They were flooded with emotion as they never thought their country would end up in such a situation. Yi Futian was indeed a rare genius in the 100 Lands, but what had he brought to the Kangyi kingdom? Was his arrival a blessing or a curse? At the moment, it was a curse in the eyes of many. Yi Futian himself was in a lot of trouble. Students of the Kangyi College such as Zhu Qianfan and Yu Jiang, as well as Bai Qiu and others from the Qin clan were all participants of the Fenghua banquet alongside Yi Futian. Not only them, but many others had personally witnessed Yi Futian's performance at the banquet. He was a glory plane cultivator who defeated those in the Dharma plane. He was powerful. But Luo Junlin was able to enter the royal Xian temple. How domineering. No matter how gifted Yi Futian was, this seemed to be the end for him. There was no chance for him to keep growing. Yi Xiang, Hua Fenglu, and the others walked forward. Beside Hua Fenglu was Nandu Wenyin and Tang Lan. He looked over at them and smiled, "I'm sorry that both of you have suffered by being with me. We went through tough times like this all those years ago. It doesn't bother me anymore. As long as Jieyu and Futian are well, I am content," Nandu Wenyin said as she held Hua Fengliu's hand. "I'm jealous," Tang Lan said with a teasing smile. Hua Fenglu smiled and held her with his other hand. Tang Lan resisted a little but quickly gave up and allowed Hua Fenglu to hold her hand. They didn't bring any of their juniors as this was basically giving their lives away. Just them was sufficient. Emperor Luo and his people smiled coldly at this sight. In the end, they had complied. A chilling breeze blew over from afar. "What is that?" asked one of the emperors as he lifted his head to look into the sky. His utterance caused many people to look in the same direction. The wind was blowing stronger and more intensely. However, the winds were not due to a change in the weather. It was a large demon beast, flying over in their direction. The weird winds blew over the people. Even Emperor Yi looked over at the large beast in the sky. The beast was enormous. It was a top-level demon beast, the Kunpeng. Yi Xiang, Hua Fenglu, and the others stopped in their tracks. When they noticed that everyone else was focused on the skies above, they turned their attention in that direction as well. Above the imperial palace was the Kunpeng. With every flap of its giant wings, the sea of clouds seemed to part, making way for the ferocious beast. The aura of this beast was also extremely terrifying. A noble beast. Everyone felt a shiver down their backs. A noble Kunpeng had appeared in the Kangyi kingdom. Who else had arrived? Far away, at the top floor of a restaurant, Luo Junlin and Shiro were drinking wine happily. However, their expressions changed as soon as they took notice of the Kunpeng's appearance in the distance. "Does the royal Xian temple have a Kunpeng?" Luo Junlin asked Shiro. "No." She shook her head in response. "That isn't a beast from the royal Xian temple." She frowned and her eyebrows knit together. The Kunpeng was an incredibly powerful demon beast. A noble-level Kunpeng would most definitely only belong to a great power and was definitely not from a place like the Hundred Lands. Anyway, she did not care too much about it. Even if it was from a great power, the Royal Xian Temple was also one of the top powers in the Eastern Barren Territory. How many top powers out there could pique the interest of the Royal Xian Temple? Which one of those top powers was bored enough to come to this aboriginal land? Very quickly, they realized that the Kunpeng had stopped. It seemed to have come in relation to what was going on at the palace. Luo Junlin stood and Shiro followed. "I'm a little worried," he said. "Then let's go check it out," she answered. Luo Junlin nodded and led their group in the direction of the imperial palace. The Kunpeng stopped in the air above the palace. Its gargantuan body blocked everyone's view as it descended slowly. "Who is it?" Emperor Luo and everyone else stared at the Kunpeng, specifically at its back as its body lowered. At the front, a couple of people stepped into view. Their eyes sharp and their auras stood out. They seemed to be nobles. Emperor Yi watched these people. Had the powerful cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple arrived? If so, he feared that Emperor Luo would come after him as well. Naturally, he understood that Emperor Luo would take this opportunity to get rid of himself and tie up loose ends. As the Kunpeng continued to lower itself, the view became clearer and they were able to see the people on its back. Just then, the figure of a young man came into view. A handsome face with an ice-cold expression. The coldness reached his eyes as well. As soon as he saw this figure, Emperor Luo's heart squeezed as if it had been struck by something, and his expression changed immediately. How was this possible? How was it him? The emperors of the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom also saw the figure and felt the same sensation as Emperor Luo. A bad feeling brewed in the pits of their stomachs. Just a while ago, they were feeling extremely relaxed. Now, their hearts felt like it was crushed by a boulder in the blink of an eye. A breeze blew by and the young man's white clothes moved with the wind. At first, Emperor Yi froze in shock at the sight of the young man's face. Then, his eyes lit up and his fists tightened. Right now, his thoughts ran wild and were filled with a hint of excitement. The kunpeng continued to descend and the figures on its back were now clear. Spectators were met with the faces of the youths and the entire palace went silent. Tension was in the air. This. From afar, the cultivators from the Kangyi College, the Qin clan, as well as other clans saw the faces of the newly arrived. Their hearts skipped a beat. Especially those who knew Yi Futian from their time together at the Fenghua banquet. Their breathing became uneven. He's back. Not only did he come back safe and sound, he came back on a top-level beast, a kunpeng. People thought he would be killed as soon as he exited the ancient barren world, but he wasn't. He wasn't the only one who came back. Hua Jieyu, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Yi Danchen, Yi Lingxi, and the others were also back. Beside them seemed to be some very powerful people. They had escorted the group back to Kangyi. Yi Futian's eyes were extremely cold. Previously, the people couldn't see him but he could see everything from up above. His eyes swept over to Emperor Luo, then to Emperor Chu and Emperor Yan. Yi Futian had entered the ancient barren world in hopes of taking care of Emperor Luo's threat but he did not think it would happen so fast. The results would have been unimaginable had he arrived even a little later. Emperor Luo was actually making a move. Was it because of the royal Xian temple? Father, mother, Hua Jieyu called out as she looked at Hua Fenglu below. Master, Yu Sheng also called out. Yi Futian averted his gaze slowly. Their group descended on the ground and arrived in front of Hua Fenglu and the others. He greeted, Master, Masteress. You're back, Nanda Wenin said with a gentle smile. Her eyes were now a bit red. She did not think that Yi Futian would come back at a time like this, and on a kunpeng at that. It was obvious to her, Yi Futian must have had some interesting encounters in the ancient barren world. However, it was still unknown whether they would be able to resolve the issue at hand. Yes, Masteress. Everything is okay now, Yi Futian said softly. Can it be resolved? Yi Xiang stepped up and asked Yi Futian. This was his personality, simple and direct. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at Yi Xiang. That depends on how it's taken care of. Seeing the look in his eyes, Yi Xiang knew that things would be okay. He couldn't help but turn to Yu Sheng and ask, how was the ancient barren world? Master, I'm fine and in the third-level Dharma plane now, Yu Sheng replied. Not bad, said Yi Xiang, nodding his head. He had improved very quickly. They had entered the ancient barren world in the glory plane. Yi Futian then turned to Emperor Yi. Your Majesty, you were almost put in harm's way because of me. You came back right on time, smiled Emperor Yi. If you had come a little later, I wouldn't have been able to save your teacher and the others. We'll talk about this a little later, said Yi Futian. He then turned his attention over to Emperor Luo and his people. Emperor Luo gave the nobles who had come back with Yi Futian a once-over. He didn't dare to be rash. The identities of these people were still unknown. Had Yi Futian also joined a great power during his trial in the ancient barren world? Hopefully, it wasn't one of the top powers from the eastern barren territory. Yi Futian moved his gaze away from Emperor Luo. Looking at Emperor Chu and the others, he said, how do you guys plan to settle this? The emperors of Yunchu, Yan, and other countries froze. They were confused by this situation. Yi Futian was actually speaking to them like this. Where did he get the confidence? They looked over at Emperor Luo, not knowing how to answer Yi Futian. He had arrived on the Kunpeng with nobles as escorts. This was power they didn't dare go against. We'll settle this with your life. Just then, another group had arrived. Emperor Luo's people parted to make way. Luo Junlin and Shiro had arrived. The person who had just spoken was Shiro. She already knew that Yi Futian was the one Luo Junlin wanted dead. He was the very reason for their trip here to the 100 Lands. Yi Futian looked over. He didn't know this woman, but seeing how she arrived with Luo Junlin, Yi Futian knew exactly where she came from. She obviously came from the Royal Xian Temple. Only people from there would speak so rashly even at the sight of nobles. It was their confidence as part of the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers. The emperors of Yunchu and Yen relaxed a bit when they saw Shiro step in. What was there to be afraid of when they had the Royal Xian Temple backing them up? One word from Shiro could end Yi Futian's life. At that moment, Shiro lifted her head and saw the nobles of the Lu Kingdom. She then introduced herself, Royal Xian Temple, Shiro. There was no way to say for sure that these people were from the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers. Even if they were, they would have to retreat with her status. Her family name was He and she came from the Royal Xian Temple. If they were from the Eastern Barren Territory, they would definitely know what this meant. Lu Feiyang looked at Shiro with confusion and surprise. You're the daughter of the Royal Xian Temple's 5th Lord. If you know this, then you should hand him over and leave, Shiro said proudly after seeing the look in Lu Feiyang's eyes. Behind her, the looks in the eyes of Emperor Luo and his people became heated and sharp. Of course, I know, nodded Lu Feiyang. But does your father know that you're this arrogant? Chapter 214, Watch and See. Chapter 214, Watch and See. With Lu Feiyang's words, Shiro's confident smile froze. Other than her, the emperors of Yun and Yen suddenly grew nervous again. They looked up in shock at the speaker. Then they saw the mockery in Lu Feiyang's eyes. He seemed to know Shiro but didn't care. If he knew that Shiro was the daughter of the Royal Xian Temple's 5th Lord and could still say such humiliating mockery, this meant something. He didn't care at all. Things were a bit troublesome now. Yi Futian had returned on the Kunpeng with nobles accompanying him. However, the one in charge was not those nobles. It was this young man. This complicated things. What did it mean if a youth's status was above the nobles? It meant that his background was far stronger than what they could see. It was just like how Shiro had come with those nobles. Shiro's eyes turned cold as she stared at Lu Feiyang. Who are you? The Royal Xian Temple had 5 lords. Each one was in charge of a temple. Her father was last place in 5th, but he was still a lord. And yet someone dared to speak to her like this, provocative and with disdain. Was he from a top force of the Eastern Barren Territory? Lu Feiyang from the Lu Kingdom. Shiro's eyes instantly sharpened. The Lu Kingdom was a top force. He was the prince of the Lu Kingdom. They were both from top forces, but his father was the king of the Lu Kingdom while Shiro's father was only the 5th lord. Luo Junlin's expression turned ugly too. Was he that fast? He'd been hurrying to get rid of Yi Futian, worried that he would get the noble fate after entering the pinnacle of the Dharma plane. He worried Yi Futian would be accepted by a top force, so he borrowed the Royal Xian Temple's power and came to Kangyi. It hadn't even been a year, but Yi Futian was back. He seemed to have joined a top force and was escorted back by the Lu Kingdom's prince. This treatment was so much better than what Luo Junlin's when he first joined the Royal Xian Temple. The other emperors all paled. Being in the noble plane, they'd naturally heard of the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. The 2 strongest kingdoms were the Qin dynasty in the center and the Lu Kingdom in the east. His surname was Lu and he was from the Lu Kingdom. His identity went without saying. They seemed to have gotten involved in a battle between the top forces. Luo Junlin had joined the royal Xian temple and returned to the Nanda nation with the daughter of the temple's big figure. He made such a scene. Because of this, they wanted to use the royal Xian temple's relationship and came to Kangyi with Emperor Luo. But now, it seemed that Yi Futian had joined the Lu kingdom, another top force. Emperor Luo was distraught. He'd tried many times to kill Yi Futian and had failed each time. Now, he thought his plan was again seamless, but Yi Futian had returned with a top force of the Eastern Barren territory. Since when did the royal Xian temple become so powerful and decide to come to the 100 Lands to show off? Lu Feiyang scoffed at Shiro. Does your dad know? You. Shiro glared at him. Don't look at me like that. Your dad will know soon. Lu Feiyang suddenly smiled. Yi Futian's group had made such a big commotion at the Mirror Mountain. Someone from the royal Xian temple must have been present. The royal Xian temple had come, but Shiro wanted to kill Yi Futian. This was quite interesting. You did this? Yi Futian gazed at Shiro now, faint murderous intent in his eyes. He'd come too late. He didn't know whether his master and the others were alive or not. Yes. What can you do about it? Shiro looked down at Yi Futian. Lu Feiyang speaking disrespectfully to her was one thing. But who was Yi Futian? He was from the barbaric Kangyi kingdom. No matter how talented he was, he'd only joined the Lu kingdom. He didn't qualify to talk to her like that. Even though Lu Feiyang was a prince, she didn't fear him. They were both from top forces. The Lu kingdom wouldn't declare war on the royal Xian temple for an outsider. Yi Futian looked at Shiro and then at Luo Junlin beside her. In Donghai, you were the prince and told me to cultivate with you. But after returning to the palace, you still tried to kill. Now that you've joined the royal Xian temple, you still think about me. Do you fear me that much? Luo Junlin's face darkened. Fear? He truly did have some fears. Otherwise, he wouldn't join the royal Xian temple and use their power to kill Yi Futian. And you even take advantage of a woman to use their power, Yi Futian scoffed. And that woman is just as egotistical as you once were. You two really do match. Take advantage. Shiro's heart trembled. She thought back to the moments with Luo Junlin. Even when Luo Junlin wanted her to do something, she would do it voluntarily. Just like coming here, she'd brought it up first. Yi Futian didn't look at them. Instead, he looked up at the other emperors and sneered. Are you really not going to settle this today? The emperors all stiffened. The Lu kingdom and royal Xian temple were at the same level. Emperor Luo had the royal Xian temple behind him, so Yi Futian couldn't mess with him. But what about them? If Yi Futian used the Lu kingdom to fight them, what would be the consequence? Shiro looked at Yi Futian. He may be talented enough to join the Lu kingdom, but as a junior, was he able to be so arrogant? He even looked down on the royal Xian temple. She said coldly, from now on, you will all be protected by the royal Xian temple. Each one can choose someone to cultivate there. When Shiro said that, she looked directly at Yi Futian. There were many talents in the Eastern Barren territory, but none dared to overlook her like that. Lu Feiyang could, but who did Yi Futian think he was? Thank you, miss. The emperors bowed in reply. They were reassured now. They were worried that they would be abandoned. Since the royal Xian temple would protect them, Yi Futian wouldn't do too much even with the Lu kingdom's help. So you don't plan on settling this? Yi Futian didn't look at Shiro. He still gazed at the emperors. They fell silent. If they settled it, they didn't know what kind of consequence they would suffer. Now that the royal Xian temple would protect them, they'd obviously follow the temple. I see. Yi Futian smirked and turned towards Shiro. I hope you can represent the royal Xian temple. With that, he turned around the Hua Fenglu and the others. Master, let's go back first. All right. Everyone nodded. They gazed at Emperor Luo's group and turned to leave. Yi Futian had now joined a top force. Emperor Luo couldn't do anything to him. This crisis was dissolved just like that. Everyone returned to the palace. Lu Feiyang smiled at Shiro and said, "I hope you ask your dad before you make any decisions in the future." Lu Qinyu also looked coolly at Shiro. The group left as if nothing had happened. Earlier, they'd been about to fight, but now, everything was calm again. Shiro's features were twisted. Lu Feiyang mocked her multiple times. He didn't take her seriously at all. As the daughter of the royal Xian Temple's fifth lord, why would she ask her father about something like this? Would there be problems? Luo Junlin asked quietly. "Don't worry. I'm here." Shiro gazed at Luo Junlin. The intimidating girl suddenly seemed so gentle. "Thank you." Luo Junlin's eyes were apologetic as he took her hand. The other emperors saw this and their eyes brightened. Shiro and Luo Junlin's relationship was better than they'd expected. Now that they'd wronged Yi Futian, they had no choice but to follow Luo Junlin. "Let's go back," Luo Junlin murmured. "No, go back to the hotel," Shiro said. "I'd like to see what the Lu Kingdom can do for them." Luo Junlin's eyes flashed and he nodded. They would live in the hotel and see whether the Lu Kingdom would leave. Since Yi Futian joined the Lu Kingdom, Shiro wouldn't do anything to the Kangyi Kingdom. Otherwise, they might do the same to the Nanda nation. She couldn't do that. But she could at least give some pressure. After Yi Futian and the others entered the palace, Emperor Yi was still unsettled. The Lu Kingdom and Royal Xian Temple were all top forces. If they really clashed directly, they wouldn't have any problem, but the Kangyi Kingdom might be hurt in the process. This was also why Yi Futian didn't cause too much problem. After all, Lu Feiyang was just escorting him back. He didn't join the Lu Kingdom and wasn't anything to them. He had to write to make them fight another top force. Even Lu Feiyang couldn't make that kind of decision. "Thank you all for resolving this crisis," Emperor Yi said to Lu Feiyang. "You're welcome," Lu Feiyang said. "Thank you for not minding our disturbance." "I shall order a banquet right this moment," Emperor Yi said. "There's no hurry. There might be more people coming later. You won't have time to show your hospitality to us," Lu Feiyang said, chuckling. When they departed, the other top forces should have started departing too. The Kuanpeng was fast, but the others weren't much slower. They would arrive in the Kangyi Kingdom soon. "More people will come." Emperor looked at them in doubt. "Father, Kangyi might get busy," Yi Lingxi whispered. "What do you mean?" Emperor Yi didn't understand. "You'll see later." Yi Lingxi smiled, raising the suspense. Emperor Yi gave his daughter a look. This girl was rarely like this. Was something else about to happen? "Aren't you going to say something?" Yi Xiang asked Yi Futian. He seemed to have sensed something odd. "I don't know either." Yi Futian shrugged. He really didn't know what would happen next. He'd entered the ancient barren world and did what he could for this. He didn't know who else would come. He could only wait and see.